Altibox Norway Chess is the strongest chess tournament in history. Annually, the 10 best players in the world gather in Stavanger to participate in Altibox Norway Chess. Chess is one of the most participated sports in the world, with 10 million live streams counted in the previous World Championship. But how can chess be taken to new heights? By introducing new technology, Norway Chess is reaching new audiences and making chess commercial. With the use of cutting-edge, real-time virtual studio technology, Norway Chess will revolutionize the broadcast of chess. It all happens inside the Norway Chess Tower, where every segment of the event takes place in multiple rooms. Each room tailored to fit every aspect of the broadcast event, and also themed with sponsors' branding. This is a unique opportunity for companies to showcase products in an efficient and creative way, through branded rooms in the Norway Chess Tower. This journey will open new international doors and opportunities to reach a wider audience. By being a part of this revolution with Norway Chess, you will be associated with innovation and technology. Aired live on multiple platforms worldwide, making sure your brand is part of this journey.
Da er vi klar.
5 sekunder.
E4.
B6.
D4.
D5.
Springer C3. Springer står E4. Dronning D8 sjakk. Løper G5 sjakk.
Konge C7.
Løper D8 matt.
Over og ut.
Hvis dere kan bli forelsket i New York, så faller dere også for HTH sin nyhet New York. Med de svarte metallrammene og det industrielle utseendet. Da er det bra at vi har ham her. Han hjelper dere. Og hvis dere ikke vil montere det selv, så har vi også ham her. Og før dere vet ordet av det, har dere et nytt kjøkken. I kult design og med smarte detaljer. Smart, ikke sant? Det er kjøkkenkjærlighet som holder.
Welcome everybody to the Norway Chess Super Tournament here in Stavanger. This is the 7th edition of the event, and Judith Polgar and myself are covering the broadcast for the international audience, that is hopefully you guys. We are going to start by looking at the cross table because we have a sole leader, Shahryar Mamedov. Judith, how do you see Mamedov's win from yesterday's over Vishy in the classical game, gaining 2 points for that victory?
Well, I must say it must have been an extremely painful loss for Anand because it was a very solid middle game, and it seemed like he's the one who is playing for a win, and I don't think Mamedov was thinking too much of winning that game, and of course blundering so heavily as Vishy did in the one move before he resigned. It is really painful. So it's when you lose a game in a big fight, it's okay, kind of, right? Your opponent plays better. But when you're the enemy of yourself and you're blundering, it is very hard to recover.
Especially since, as you mentioned, it looked like he was playing for a win, or at least to have some advantage, and then he somehow lost thread in the endgame when the b4 pawn was hanging, and instead of bringing back his rook, he played a3, kind of trapping his own rook on a5.
Yeah, it was not an easy endgame. Of course, the rook on the a file is kind of very strong and makes the black rook tied to the 7th rank, but if you trap your own rook, then it's not so easy to get back.
Yeah.
So it was a very unfortunate ending for Anand.
Another important detail from yesterday is that Magnus Carlsen was in trouble against Levon Aronian. Levon had a pawn up, a healthy extra pawn, and a couple of times he missed a good continuation that could have led to a decisive advantage for the Armenian. Instead, the game ended in a draw, and Levon Aronian lost in the Armageddon, giving 1.5 points to Magnus Carlsen.
Well, I think it was a very difficult game for Magnus. It is very clear that Levon actually played very well, apart from the fact that for a few occasions in that game it was not the best continuation. He could have really win that game, and I'm pretty sure it must be very painful not to win that game, as he had a pawn up. It was an end game. He had several opportunities in the middle game, later on in the end game also, to win the game. And of course, while I was observing it, the game, not with you, but with some other people, I had the feeling that it could have been a decisive game even in a tournament, because then it would mean that actually everything works for Levon in this tournament, starting his game 1 against Grischuk. And but things were not happening the way he wanted, and let's say that Magnus is in his extremely good form already for the last half a year. He simply wins every single tournament he plays, and I'm sure he has his plans for this one too. And he needed to save yesterday's classical game. And after that, we have to praise Magnus, I think, because in the Armageddon, I mean, he's just simply, he can switch his mind so fast, and he has to, and somehow he took his chances there. Obviously for Levon, after drawing the classical game, it was very difficult psychologically to get back. I mean, really not to win the classical game, and then in the Armageddon, a must-win situation, right? Mm-hmm. And so it was an unfortunate day for Levon. I'm sure it's also quite painful.
Definitely. We shall see how he does today facing the leader of the tournament. Levon Aronian has the black pieces against Shahryar Mamedov. We can bring up the pairings to see who the other players will be fighting against. Magnus Carlsen has the white pieces against Alexander Grischuk. Grischuk was an interesting story from round 2. He made a very quick draw against Wesley So. He said that he couldn't recover from his first round loss, that moment when he lost to Levon Aronian in a rook endgame where he was better in the position, and also up on the clock until he used 3 seconds in a moment where he shouldn't have thought. He just should have mechanically pushed the clock.
It's not only that, he said it in the Norwegian television on TV too, that actually it's this loss, he feels like it's in the top 3 worst losses he ever had. I mean, I didn't think it was so bad in a feeling. Obviously, it was very painful. But he said that was the reason, that he simply had no energy after the first day. And it was an interesting choice. It was also very interesting for me that Wesley So was actually proving that he believes that Grischuk really made a good decision. Well, we'll really see how Grishchuk will come back, but I think he's definitely a person who can do that. So I'm sure he is very ambitious. He's playing against the world champion. He knows that this is a huge challenge for him. In one way, he cannot lose anything because he has a bad start, so he's not the favorite in this match. But he's a personality and character, and he's a fantastic player himself. So, of course, he can win also today.
And we see Alexander Grishchuk already waiting for Magnus and the first move. He's the only player who decided to use a different kind of chair. All the players have their own chairs. There's a label at the bottom of every seat so that it's switched between the rounds. They can adjust the height of the chair, but Alexander Grishchuk decided to go for the cafeteria chairs, which seem to be more comfortable for the Russian.
Magnus is already sitting at the table. So both players are there.
He walked in very confidently, that I can tell, and already yesterday at the TV2 coverage he said that he was very optimistic about today. After surviving the game he had to survive against Levon Aronian, it did give him an extra boost in terms of how invincible he is.
Well, what a saving by him. I mean, he's fighting really until the very end. And I'm pretty sure some of the bad moments he had in that game, he saw the kind of the winning moves by Levon, but he can stand it. So.
Yes, we are going to discuss yesterday's games in a bit more detail once we have seen the openings. This is the top match, Magnus Carlsen with the white pieces against Alexander Grishchuk, and of course Shahriar Mamedov and Levon Aronian is the other game we will look at.
D4, knight f6, c4. So let's see how Grishchuk will be continuing here. Which direction? Is he going to be King's Indian or he does something else?
And how long it will take for the Russian to decide? That's another question.
And G6 we have on the board. I think he's fresh, he recovered, so he's ready for the sharp fight.
I've seen a couple of questions with the hashtag Norway chess about why the players are looking up. And what they can see when they look up are the boards, all the other boards, and also the time. So if they look at what time is it, that also suggests in terms of how close they are to a potential Armageddon. And they should know when the Armageddon matches start after the classical game is over. So there's always a 15 or 20 minute break between the classical game and Armageddon. But in general, I think they like to look at the boards and sometimes the other players' boards.
All the other games running there, so when they look up, they can just observe. It's kind of relaxing for them, and it's nice to see the other boards, what's going on. And of course, the players also go for a kind of a short walk, observe other games as well.
Since this is a slow start, we could switch. Although one interesting detail is that it is Magnus Carlsen's turn and he is not sitting at the board right now.
Probably he's taking some drink or something he's busy with. Okay,
he must have rushed out to the snack place or the restrooms.
We have some other games where things are happening much faster, like Mamedov Aronian. It was a start of C4 English opening. E5, knight c3, knight c6, knight f6, knight f3, knight c6, e3. Actually, I think this was the opening of Carlsen and
yes.
Maybe, no, actually the bishop was on g5. So we are here at the, I think it's all theory, obviously. And after bishop e2, white obviously wants to castle. There is an option for black to play queen b4, which was probably would be not very much advised because bishop d2 would be coming, and then black would be exchanged. For example, if we just talk about this, this would lead to a little bit worse position for black because actually white is threatening with knight b5. So black cannot just play d6 with the developing move. So after bishop e2,
one of the most recent games I see for this variation is between two other participants of the exact same tournament, Norway chess, Fabiano Caruana with the white pieces against Ding Liren at the Chess Olympiad last year. And that was bishop e2, queen b4 check,
so after queen b4
king f1, queen e7, f3, f5.
Wow. Yeah, black lost 2 tempes, but made white to go to f1 with his king. So for white, it's not so easy to recover the damage of his king. Well, probably g3 would be also possible, but maybe after g3, black can go d5, open up the bishop diagonal, so to give check on h3. And after f3, f5.
A pretty move that doesn't allow the capture because the queen would be attacked and there's a check. So white goes queen d1. This is the game between Caruana and Dingliran from the latest chess Olympiad. Queen d1, knight c5, king f2, active king.
Yeah, and probably white's plan is to recover with his development rook e1 and go king g1.
d6, rook e1, queen h4, check, king g1. Eventually, white has managed to castle, and the game ended in a draw in 23 moves, so it wasn't the biggest achievement of white in terms of opening theory.
Well, it's a big question on principle level. Of course, the player should be knowing what they are doing at this stage of the game. But it is a very serious question whether is it worth giving a check, forcing white, if it forces completely to go to f1 and then queen e7, whether at the end who is going to make a better deal with having the king on f1 and later on with somehow to castle artificially, right, in this position. Or after bishop e2, if black would be just simply developing with d6, then white, I guess, would be castle. And anyway, white's plan is to play f3, e4 later on, which is not so simple to be playing this because tempes do count. And I think also f5 it is possible to play anyway for black. But I'm curious what will be the preparation of Levon.
And how well he recovers from yesterday's loss, which was, as you mentioned, a very painful defeat for Levon Aronian. We are going to discuss more details about that game and what Magnus Carlsen said since he visited the Norwegian studio after the game. But first, let's go through the rest of the games and see the openings.
Let's see what's going on in the game of... actually, in the meantime, just go back for a second. We have a Grunfeld between Magnus and Grischuk, so we'll get back to this. We have a game between Wesley So and Yu Yanji and other Petrov, which is very similar. It's the same system as Maxime played the other day in round 1. I think it was against Dingliran, if I remember well.
Let me help you with
Vashi,
that.
no, he played against Yu Yanji that game. And we have the same structure, which is, of course, very difficult. Here, white played just knight d4. And now it's a question whether black wants to take on d4, let's say c takes d4, and, for example, an option to play d5. Now it's completely symmetrical, the position. White's h4, I think it definitely favors white, and probably white would be playing... If f3, then I would suggest black to play h5 against g4. So probably after d5, white would be playing h5, which would be a very important tempi, and to stop white not be able to play h5 at this point. And white's plan would be to play f3, g4, later on g5, and bring the pawns. Definitely, it's a position that it would be kind of a one-way try for white. It's definitely white who would be playing for advantage. But it's interesting in this position that if black plays d5, if black would have the time to play h5, then it would be practically completely equalish. And
in such a symmetrical pawn structure.
And it doesn't look like a concrete position, right? But on the other hand, if black plays h5 here, then white would most likely, obviously, play d5. And it's not only that it has a space advantage, but I think it's also possible to grab the pawn, as black cannot trap the bishop because of the mate on a6. So it is kind of tricky positions that sometimes, even though it's not a concrete position so much, one tempi here or there, it can make a difference. And actually here after h5, here if white plays h5, I think it would lead to an advantage. Very nice position for white, clearly. So now this is the question that If black does not take on d4, how is he going to continue, for example? If he wants to go h5, but of course black has to think about not only that white wants to grab the bishop pair, but actually also that white wants to go bishop b5. So if we are looking at h5, probably bishop b5 looks very unpleasant for black, as if black would be allowing bishop c6, b c6, it wouldn't be a good nice pawn structure for black. And in this position, black should be taking probably bishop d4. Now the a7 pawn is also under attack because of the pin, but also bishop g7 is there. So it seems that this is an important moment for black. How is he continue, whether he wants to change of pawn structure or develop with the rook, or knight e5 is also something actually that has to be considered, I think.
One of the most recent games I found in the database was with the trade on d4 and bishop takes d4 for white, bishop e5, and this is a game between two other participants, one more time, of the Altibox Norwegian Super Tournament from a different event last year, the Sinkfield Cup. Knight takes d4, bishop takes d4, bishop e5, f4. And
I'm not a big fan of f4, having this giving up the g4
well,
square.
f4 was actually the game of Vishy Anand against Vugar Gashimov at an Amber tournament, so that was
some time ago.
Some time ago, and in the Vashir game, Vashir with the white pieces played bishop e2 instead of f4.
Do we have any game after knight d4 with c takes d4?
Let me tell you. I can't see any. It could be an opening novelty.
Well,
why is that not so popular as bishop takes d4? This could
but
be
are
the
there many
question.
games after bishop d4? Probably the line itself, it's...
There aren't so many games at all, but somehow all those games, it's less than 10 games, and all of them was knight takes d4, bishop takes d4.
Well, I would definitely consider c takes d4.
It could be the Polgar variation of the Petrov defense. You keep the pair of bishops, more material.
No, it's really
It's
because
logical.
of its time question that white is able to play either d5 in the next move, either h5, and with the space advantage, white can have a very comfortable position. Let's go for the next games. We still have...
And we will see if Wesley still goes for your variation or the traditional bishop takes d4, because Yu Yangi has taken on d4.
Ah, okay. So let's see what will be the decision by Wesley.
Oh, bishop takes d4 played after 5 seconds of thinking.
Okay.
He's just repeating the classical variation that happened in the Vashir Caruana game at the Sinkfield Cup.
Okay. So we'll see how that is going to be continuing. We haven't seen Dingley Ren against Fabiano. Fabiano played a very interesting game, a fantastic, very nice sacrifice. It was probably home preparation, but it was a very nice piece sacrifice yesterday when he got a very good position. After that, he ruined it quite a bit. No, he gave back the pawn up, which was
a strange game.
It was a very strange game, and but at the end he managed to win. I saw that it was a very nice technical rook end game, which was very typical. It's very theoretical, which I was like maybe 8 or 9 when I was studying those kind of positions first. And so let's see. For Dingley Ren, it was not a good day yesterday, as he lost against Yu Yanji. But let's see how he's recovered here in this English opening. White castled. Interesting, the castling. After knight d4, black is usually, I think he's playing d5. This is what I played. And quickly, black wants to go e5 most of the time. So castle, black played queen c7, knight d4. When the queen is on c7, knight b5 is always as an option with tempo to play knight b5. So a6 is a very natural reaction. So let's see. Well, e4 is a possibility, which most likely is not going to happen because it doesn't want to block the diagonal of the bishop. But after e4, it would be transposing to kind of Sicilian Paulsen kind of position. And so probably after a6, something like b3, c4, or well, of course, black's idea. There's a good chance that he's going to play d5 in the later stage, but also knight c6. So far, it is. We don't see too much what will be the outcome of the opening. Let's see Mamedyarov, Aronyan, as they are playing pretty fast, I must say, both of them. We've stopped at bishop e2 position, and here instead of queen b4, knight d4 was chosen by Levon. And after queen d4, b6, he wanted to choose the fianchetto bishop on b7 to be powerful there. Short castle, bishop b7, rook d1. Well, for now, the question is how black wants to continue. Of course, I would be always looking the opportunity for black to look for some attack here on the king side, as the knight stands extremely powerful on e4, and also the bishop on the long diagonal. But in other hand, it's not so easy for black to give mate just like that. I mean, after queen h4, g3, and if after queen h3, white would be going bishop f1, and yeah, because for example, bishop f3 would be not good because of knight g3. And
That's a pretty tactical motive, knight e2.
And knight e2 and white losing the queen. So white has to be careful here, but I believe that after bishop f1, for example, black is going back queen f5. After that, the f2 is hanging, so probably white has to go f4, but I don't like it at all. No, this is something...
This looks very scary
that
with
looks
the long
very
diagonal
scary.
and the queen and knight around the
I'm
white
even
king.
embarrassed that I made that move.
Don't be. We can always take them back.
After queen h4, well, yeah, it's a question. What is queen h4? It's kind of strange because after g3, queen h3, of course, black threat is to jump somewhere, and the mate would be giving by the queen, queen g2. That's kind of interesting. But here white can go queen takes d7, not only taking the pawn, but also exchanging pieces. But black can try knight f2, defending the queen at the same time.
In a funny way, and if king takes f2,
Well, king
queen
f2
takes
should be
h2.
bad. It's like takes and...
Looks like curtains, winning the
It's-
queen.
Yeah. So this is not possible. After knight f2, white would take, I think. No, you know what is a nice move?
Tell me.
To play instead of queen h3, what about bishop f1?
Oh.
What a nice defensive move. You don't have queen g2.
Yes, and if
And
you trade on
actually-
d7, then the knight is still hanging. Plus
Yeah.
the rook has arrived on the 7th
Exactly,
rank. So this
and-
is a disaster.
Black losing time to go back, and then it's a pawn up. Because otherwise, it wouldn't be simple at all, I think. If white would be grabbing the queen, takes, king f1, black would go rook d8, and it's a pretty nice position. Black will regroup his knight through g5 to e4. But I think here bishop f1 is killing this idea.
That's a very pretty move.
Though black can still go back to h5. And still, after king f2, queen h2, I mean, this is still good for black.
Yeah. Same idea that the white king cannot move on to the d file.
And
So what is Shahriar's idea in case of queen h4? g3 is one option.
there
or-
are not many options. Actually, after queen h4, you can go back with rook f1.
So then
But
why
I
did you play rook
doubt it.
d1? Yes. Although after rook f1, white is threatening to attack the knight because of the pin on the 4th rank. But still, it would be really strange that you play rook d1 to then go back to f1.
Okay, let's see. After queen h4,
I offer a draw. Rook f1, queen e7, rook d1.
well,
Is
that's
this the plan? I hope not.
That's a very interesting draw for. But after rook f1, I wouldn't go back to e7. You know.
Yeah, I'm just kidding that it could be a draw. Hopefully it won't be a draw, and this is not the line.
Well, after queen h4, there is not much option for white, so g3 is the only option.
Yeah.
Queen h3. Now white has to do something concrete. And really, bishop f1 was absolutely not good because of queen f5, and white is forced to push f4, which lead to an awful, ridiculous position for him because the knight on e4 is extremely powerful. So after queen takes, queen d7, it's all forced actually.
Yeah. I'm afraid that we will not know what would have happened in case of queen h4 because Levon Aronian simply went d6 instead of the very direct queen h4. I would have loved to see queen h4 on the board.
Well, yeah, me too. Well, probably they both had some idea, I don't know. But queen h4 is the most natural move when you have your bishop on b7, knight on e4, and the f2 pawn becomes vulnerable because the rook left from f1, which was defending on f2. Okay, fine, we live with this.
Let's move on to another board.
In other hand, queen
solid.
h4 is a threat now. So the d7 is not even threatening. Okay.
Yeah, we'll come back to this game, and of course we'll ask the players about this moment if they visit us in the studio.
And the last game, which we did not mention yet, it's between Maxim Vachilegrov and Vishy Anand. And it's a Spanish opening, what we have at the board. After bishop b5, a6, bishop a4, knight f6, castle, and bishop c5 is played by Vishy. Vishy is a big Rai Lopez player for many years. He played open Spanish many times, also against me. But bishop c5 is also in his repertoire to play with b5, this system. And c3, d4 is generally the most useful and common moves in the Rai Lopez, of course. a4, bishop b7. This is always a question in these systems, whether you want to go to bishop with b7, which leads to a completely different game than if you're going with the bishop to g4. So bishop g7 is usually sharper. White took, and knight a3. Well, this is all theory by far for quite a few more moves. I'm not sure if b4 should be coming or castle. I think there are a lot of for the moment.
I still see a few more games in this position, yes, but none of them were played at super tournaments. The highest rated player is Daniel Gormali, English international master, against an unrated player. That is the highest rated game I see.
Well, usually the rook is on e1 defending the e4 pawn, and knight a3 is kind of now we can talk about knight e4 at this point, because I don't see immediate problem for black on this move. If white goes rook e1, black goes back knight f6. Let's say white would be taking on d5, d takes e5. But after knight e5, black has the intermediate move queen d1, bishop d1, and I guess black would be castling here, and it seems to be completely fine position, because if white will capture this pawn, well, there is rook e8, but also what I see, there is a simple counterattack by black, chap the f2 pawn. As it, no, sorry, now
the
g4
square.
is not good.
I was wondering, what's the idea?
No. I had this very simple idea, but this d1 bishop is.
I always trust you, Judith. So I
No,
was
don't trust
wondering.
me.
I was wondering, what is it that you see and I don't see? And I should correct myself because Gormali, apologies, he's a grandmaster. Obviously, I got confused with the names here. But yes, I don't see any other games for this exact position. Similar ones, yes, but not this exact line.
After knight a3, we have no games?
Knight a3, 4 games, but only Daniel Gormali, the only grandmaster game, and even his opponent is an unrated player, so I don't see any game that would be relevant for super tournaments. There's no other elite tournament player.
Okay, so it's a big question that whether Vishy will take on e4 here, or he'll be playing castle first and keep the option to take it in the next move. This is a big question. It seems like white skipped to play rook e1, so maybe he would like to play bishop g5 in this position. But still, the main question is knight e4. That's clearly the basic question. And rook e1 takes. Actually, after d takes e5, also maybe white can go queen d8 first, and it's not so easy to do a good move with black, because if knight e8, then rook e5 probably, but knight e5 is also unpleasant, and knight b5 is a threat. Or after queen d8, king d8, and after this, yeah, because we exchanged the queen on d1, and that's how it was protected, the g4 square. So here, for example, after knight e5, it would not
Now
be,
we do
because
have the
now
same
there
idea.
is this move, yeah,
Yeah.
with the idea of knight g4. But maybe here white would be going knight b5, keep the option to take, and even if instead of knight e5, knight g5 can be very unpleasant to attack the g5. So probably this is the reason why knight e4 is not so good, because immediately after rook e1 it would be very difficult for black to make a good move. d5 is possible though. So this can be an interesting thing, but some fireworks can arise after this. Takes, and then knight g5 immediately.
And
Have
if
some
castle, then
tactics.
queen h5.
If castle, then we would see not an Armageddon game in
Curtains.
this. I think the best is just bishop f7. Maybe not the best, I don't know, but yeah.
Efficient.
Yeah, 19 moves, checkmate. Okay, so it seems like after d5, rook e4 takes, knight g5, it seems a very difficult situation for black. This is why I believe that knight e4 is not the best move. So probably castle is expected. That's what I would think.
So far, Vichy has been playing very quickly, and this is the first moment when he actually decided to spend more time. I would assume he still knows what's going on, that this could still be his preparation. We will know more about that in the post-mortem. But what is sure that both players are in a difficult situation. They lost the first day after drawing their classical games. They lost the Armageddon game, and yesterday both of them lost the classical game. Vichy lost to Mamedyarov and Vachier lost to Caruana. When we were looking at the Caruana-Vachier game, we thought that it was very difficult for Maxime because Fabiano came up with an opening novelty, then a piece sacrifice.
Yeah.
He had to find the defense over the board, which he did. So when he felt like he was safe already, he saved this difficult situation from the opening. That's when somehow he lost the thread in the heavy piece endgame. And for Vichy, it was also a very difficult situation that you think you are pushing, as we described at the beginning. He thought he was playing to have an advantage, and he lost the thread in the endgame, trapping his own rook basically on the a file, and then stepping into this double attack where he blundered the piece.
Yeah, that was a very sad moment actually, because it was a huge blunder. It was a really huge blunder. And yeah, I mean, this game is a very difficult situation for both players, but I'm pretty sure that Vachier wants to try the best. Of course, in some ways, both players wants to have a draw, but there is no draw here.
You think they would want to have a draw?
No,
or?
I mean today. I mean, psychologically, they are in a very, very bad situation. I just realized it while I'm saying this. That really, there is no relaxation for you. And psychological, this is a killer.
Yeah. What Judith is explaining is that sometimes when you are rolling down the hill, you want to stop it, you want to stop the bleeding, and sometimes you may want to go for a more solid game, share the points, and the next day you are back with more energy. But here, there's no such thing, because you make a draw, you will still have to face an Armageddon game, and you cannot split the points.
Yeah, this I was just thinking, just came to my mind that, of course, when you lose 2 games, there is one thing you would never ever want to have is another loss.
Definitely
and
not.
out of the 2 players,
One of them will.
be a loser, and the other one is a winner. So they cannot split the point. Okay, even if it's Armageddon, you get a half a point, but that's not much of a...
No, out of 2 points getting half. But every day we discover new details, new aspects of this format. It's a chess revolution, having a different time control for the classical games, and in case it's a draw in the regular game, the players will need to face each other in Armageddon. So there is no draw in that sense. The match will
Poor
be
guys.
decided.
I'm so sorry for them now.
I think this is a good moment to bring up a table that I saw on Twitter. I really found it interesting, the comparison on how the scoring system we have here compares to a regular tournament. So thank you very much to Christopher Grassley for the tweet. I'm not sure what the text is in Norwegian. I'm pretty sure it's polite and it doesn't say anything bad because I did click on Google Translate when I first saw the tweet. We will focus on the table. I don't know if we can zoom in on that, or I can show you, Judith, on my screen the table. Since it is very interesting that, we have Shakhriyar Mamedov as our leader, and he would be the leader in a regular tournament too, but another player that would be leading is Fabiano Caruana if we counted the points as it normally is at super tournaments, since Fabiano drew in the first round in the classical game and won yesterday. But yes, on day one when he drew, he lost the Armageddon. That's why he is on 4th place and not sharing first with Mamedov. Then Magnus Carlsen and Yu Yang would have 1 point out of 2. Instead of that, we see them on shared 2nd place with 3 points each. How do you see this comparison, Judith? It's fascinating, I think.
Well, first of all, you always have to play according to the actual rules.
Yeah, and the rules of Norway chess, you see the scoring system there.
So this is very important that this is what they are aiming for, and this is how they play the games, also the classical game. Which I always like to talk about, that the classical game is not a classical game at all, because after move 40 they get only 10 seconds.
I think...
And this is something...
I think...
We have something on the screen we don't want to have?
It's all right. It's only our Skype.
There are a lot of technical issues, don't worry.
It's only our private Skype conversations. It's all right. It's all right. The third column I'm wondering about, Judith, how much do you know about hockey? Because I have no idea what the hockey scoring system is like.
We should have a hockey champion here telling us about those scores. But it seems like in
we
hockey
could Skype
also...
call a hockey champion.
No, but it looks like in hockey it would be the same as hockey. I mean, they're just doing great. But
I'm crying already. Yes, hockey and Norway chess are very, very similar. Let's go back to the games. Oh, we have Magnus Carlsen in the Confessional.
Oh.
So hopefully we will get the translation of that soon.
He was smiling very much.
If Norwegian
Seems like
reporter
he's very
Tarjei
happy.
Svensson is watching, Tarjei, thank you so much for the translations, and we hope to see your tweets very soon about Magnus Carlsen's confession.
No, but he really seemed so happy there.
Yes. He's optimistic. He won yesterday after a classical game that seemed to be losing for him. Mentioning that, I think we can discuss that in more detail because Tarjei did translate Magnus Carlsen's appearance on TV2. That's what we couldn't discuss yesterday at the end of the broadcast because he visited the Norwegian studio and not the international coverage.
I'm expecting something funny. Please be funny because we have another monitor.
It's a funny day.
TV2 is, and I see the commentators there having a smile on their face. So hopefully it's something nice. But let's go back to their game.
Yes, and
before we get this
let's check the
translation.
current position and then we will see yesterday's comments from Magnus.
Well, it is a sharp Grunfeld, very clearly. It is very sharp. I'm pretty sure Magnus is very happy with this. This is the kind of game he wants. Yesterday also it was messy. It was a lot of complications, even though it was not going on his way at all for a long time. And I wouldn't be well, I don't know if he wants to castle. He is going to want to go e5. It is a very tough game. what we're going to see. He has a little, very little time advantage already, but I'm very much looking forward how this will be unfolded today.
I'm curious too, and as you mentioned, we will also bring up the comments of the world champion about yesterday's game, the two games he played against Levon Aronian. If you can show that now, that would be excellent. Tarjei Svensson translating what Magnus Carlsen said at TV2. Thank you very much, Tarjei, one more time. And this is a thread that you can find on Tarjei's Twitter. I wanted to highlight the moment when Carlsen said, this is a type of position you expect to lose, but you never stop fighting. As long as there is still some chances, as long as there is no clear win for him, I will go on. And that's what he did. He obviously knew that his position should be losing. He's a pawn down, and there was no compensation for the pawn. But he kept going, and Aronian didn't find the exact way to win. Then Carlsen said that he thought Aronian would win with pure technique, but realized that Aronian would let him off the hook when he spent so much time. And then they discussed the moment when Levon missed rook d5. That was one of the nice ways that Aronian could have won the game with. Rook d5 in this position is a very pretty move. Was missed by the Armenian champion.
Yeah, this move was possible because actually in this position, what you see on the screen, rook b6 was the last move. And it's so typical that by making a move, you create new opportunities for the opponent. And as the b6 knight is unprotected, that's why rook d5 with double attack would practically finish the game. And actually, I think this is a very painful moment, of course, for Aronian, realizing it, because this should come to your head, generally speaking. But of course, he has a pawn up, so I don't think he was having this idea not to win this game. It was
certainly not. And he still had time. You look at the time situation at this moment when Aronian didn't play rook d5, 11 minutes for both players. It wasn't even time trouble as far as I... Oh wait, no, that's a 0. Okay, I need glasses. I need glasses.
Is it true that they had 24 seconds and 52?
Oh yeah. Okay, no, that must be the end of... No, this is not
that was something else.
We don't know the exact time they had at this moment, but it wasn't time trouble yet. That much I remember. In any case, after this escape in the classical game, they had to play an Armageddon, and that was psychologically a very difficult battle to enter for Levon Aronian after knowing that he missed the win in the classical game. So Carlsen said about the Armageddon, I played much better in the Armageddon. I got a position that was interesting. It felt a bit liberating that I could just keep going. I had nothing to lose and had a position that I had to play aggressively, and that was easier. And later on he said that it's been a fun tournament so far and that the current standings are messy and unique.
Absolutely. We have a move by Grishchuk. He played knight d7 and then Magnus castled short.
Yeah,
these positions are very complicated.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, I just wanted to mention one more detail is that Magnus, we have discussed what a great tournament he has been having basically the whole year. Every tournament Magnus Carlsen plays, he wins in 2019. And it's been almost a year since he lost a game or got into trouble in a classical game. So it was Levon Aronian this year for the first time in Magnus Carlsen's tournament history that he was actually in danger of losing a classical game in 2019.
Yeah, it's definitely, he's in great shape. So in this position, after castle, I would think also to play maybe bishop f3, but maybe black wants to wait until white plays a4, h3, sorry. If bishop f3, knight e5, white would, actually white can even take the pawn probably, because that is not something black wants to do. So, well, f5 sometimes, but not in this position. That is not something. Probably rook c8, something. Eventually playing b4.
I'm curious what plan Grishchuk will go for and how much time it will take for him to decide, because he's been one of the slow starters.
And actually, it is a position where you can think non-stop and eat up your time. So this is also kind of a position for Magnus that I think he's very happy with, because black has to be very accurate in these positions, because it can easily happen that white gains advantage very fast. So
We have, luckily, Tarjei being very quick on Twitter, and the confession of Magnus Carlsen being translated into English thanks to Tarjei Svensson. If we can bring up that tweet, what the world champion said, this is just a small shout out to PH Chess, that is Peter Heine Nielsen, his second, who is here with Magnus. We had him in the studio yesterday. It was a pleasure to talk to him. So it's a shout out to him. That's why he went to the confessional, who thought Grishuk would play King's Indian rather than the Grunfad. Clown.
yeah, I had the feeling on his face, seeing his smile, that something funny is happening there.
I think today everyone is in a April Fool's mode, and we will have a couple of hilarious moments here in the studio. We've started out on a high note, and the world champion continues. So that was a shout out to Peter Heine Nielsen. Excellent.
Yeah. Though I'm curious whether is he happier that it's Grunfeld or upset.
That would be
That's
nice
a
to know.
question.
Yeah. But at least we have some behind the scenes information thanks to Magnus and the confessional booth, which is an additional feature that the players can go there during the game and share their thoughts. Maxim Vershelegrav and Magnus Carlsen are the two players who are really fond of the confessional, and they visit it every day.
So actually Bishop f3 was played, which we discussed. Bishop f3, and white will be playing bishop takes f3. I'm pretty sure about that. Yeah, I don't believe that gf3 would be considered here. I think bishop f3 will be played, and then well, for the moment knight e5 simply does not work because the bishop is taking the c5 pawn. But if black would be protecting the pawn with rook c8, then bishop g4 could be unpleasant, this pin for the rook. Black can go rook d8, but then probably bishop g5 can be very annoying. And with the two bishop, it can be extremely powerful here. So after bishop f3, I'm curious. Magnus had the expression as if he was surprised by bishop f3.
A little bit.
Maybe after bishop f3, b4 is the move what Grishuk is thinking about. Because if it would be immediately b4, for example, after castle, then there could be c takes b4, and after c takes b4, knight d4. So he preferred to exchange the bishop for the knight, and we'll see.
Magnus has taken back on f3 with the bishop
Yeah, this
after
is,
a few seconds of thought, and once again a surprised
obvious.
expression on his face.
Well, he's happy with the bishops.
Yeah, I would be very
His
happy
bishop
with the
pair.
bishops. More space, pair of bishops. So Grishuk has to prove what he has, and indeed b4 is on the board.
Yeah, I mean, this is the only concrete idea that you can have.
You don't take on f3 without a concrete idea.
No, I mean, otherwise you would be waiting for h3 or something happens. So this is a very straightforward idea. And after c takes b4, c takes b4, and now black wants to go knight e5, possibly bishop c3 first, and only after that. And now white has to be kind of fast in the center. Let's say bishop e2 looks like not a bad move. Wants to go f4, but probably black can go bishop c3, and this bishop is very, very strong, having protected by the b4 pawn. And then white would go queen c2, rook c8 maybe, though I'm not sure here how black wants to continue, because white is going to go for f4, and probably rook d1, e5, so he wants to press.
How do you see this
position.
bishop takes f3 with the combination
No,
of
actually
B4.
C4 was played.
Oh, I'm sorry.
C4 was played.
I'm telling you I need glasses. I shouldn't look at the camera because I don't see what file that is.
Interesting. C4 was played.
So what is the idea of... Oh, he took to then push C4.
Yeah, also that knight on D4 would be very unpleasant
that
for
makes
black.
sense.
So it's also, if you want to go C4, you have to go bishop C3, bishop F3 first. But still, I'm not sure I understand exactly what he has in mind. If, let's say, bishop E2, because normally knight E5, knight D3 is a great outpost, but for now black cannot really do this because F4 and you just have to go back. So after bishop E2, a very interesting way how Grishchuk decided to play. Well, for example, it's an idea to go queen A3, keep an eye on the C3 pawn.
To put pressure on that pawn so that the queen and the rook are tied down, but F4, E5 still looks
But
threatening.
F4, E5, like I was thinking to go maybe A5 and B4, but I don't have a good feeling about this with black. I just simply
looks
don't
slow,
believe.
isn't it slow?
So let's see what he can have in mind in this position after C4.
I'm surprised. Luckily, we are not the only ones who are surprised. Magnus Carlsen himself seems to be surprised by this bishop takes F3, C4.
Well, what is possible that after bishop E2, maybe rook C8, and then sacrificing the pawn, so to have a pass pawn, C pass pawn. But it seems pretty slow to me. It looks quite slow.
Grishchuk has spent an hour, 27 minutes to reach this position, Magnus 20. It's roughly equal, but yeah, the question will be what is the exact plan of Alexander Grishchuk after giving up the bishop willingly, not waiting for H3 as you mentioned.
Well, it's possible to go after bishop E2 that he wants to go maybe knight B6 and going to A4. And if after F4, let's say rook D8, so black stops for the moment the possible E5 moves for white. But still, somehow this queen on A5 doesn't look good. And bishop F3 is possible to make a planning of E5 or bishop D4. So for now, I'm extremely curious. I'm extremely curious what he has in mind. Maybe after bishop E2, he wants to go knight F6 back? No, then E5. Okay, so for now I have my dilemma that what Grishchuk has in mind after. Because F5 kind of moves I just don't trust. I mean, it's...
Especially after giving up the bishop. Now you're opening up the diagonals for the bishop. I think we can let Magnus Carlsen have some more thought of this position. We'll come back to this middle game because it's very interesting to know what Grishchuk wants. We will wait for Grishchuk to play out those moves and then we come back and see it.
Let's see what's going on between Dingliren for a moment.
Definitely.
Not much happened actually. After A6, white played B3. This is what we were discussing. So white wants to go C4. Black played D5 in order to kind of make it harder for white to do so. But white made a pawn sacrifice by playing C4. D takes C4 and he went bishop B2. Very interesting idea, I must say. I doubt it if we would have any games on this.
Let me check.
I think...
Already earlier, I think we didn't have much. And this exact position, no games.
Very, very interesting. Well, white wants to develop with his knight to C3 or D2 and bring rook to C1 as soon as possible.
So the novelty is bishop B2, according to my database. Normally people would think if a pawn is captured, then you should react, but bishop B2 just doesn't.
Yeah, but still, the queen on C7, so probably people are taking that C pawn. Bishop B2 is already logical to me if after C4 D takes C4.
And it's the first choice of the computer, so clearly earlier games, I don't see many recent games one of the highest rated game I see is between Jonathan Spielman and Lev Sakis from 1987, the year I was born.
Very, very fresh.
I was born. Oh, but wait, I wasn't born yet because it's January. Sorry, I wasn't born yet when this game happened, and that was. Let me find that exact moment after the capture.
Well, I don't know how Black wants to develop. It seems like Fabiano was caught in opening preparation clearly, as it's only move 9 and he spent already nearly 40 minutes.
The Spielman Sakis game was d takes c4, bishop g5. So, yes, as you said, b takes c4 doesn't make that much sense when the pawn is hanging anyway, but the bishop seems to have been developed to g5 more often than to b2. Bishop b2, I don't see any games for that move.
Well, I mean, in some way, Black has to, for example, immediately consider e5. So there has to be made the decision by Fabiano. He knows exactly that it's a home preparation of Dingliren. He spent only 12 minutes, so it is very clear. And anyway, you don't just sacrifice pawns for nothing, at this level especially. So now there is a serious question how to react by Fabiano. It's interesting, he caught yesterday in a home preparation his opponent, and now Dingliren is making a surprise to him. So e5 is something to be considered, I think, in this position. And after knight f3, possibly to develop with his knight to c6 or to d7. I would go probably to c6. And as for white, it's not so good to have these two pawns apart. Like white's idea, in generally speaking, to go develop with the knight and somehow take it with the knight, and then bring the rook to c1. But I don't see it. Why is it so good for white for the moment?
In another game I found for this position, Luputian Asayev, d takes c4 happened, and then b takes c4 was played instead of a bishop development. So neither bishop g5 nor bishop b2. If we just go back quickly to that moment, it was b takes c4, bishop e7, bishop a3, bishop takes, knight takes, castle, knight b3, bishop d7 and c5, and that was the end of the game between Luputian and Asayev in 2001.
So they agreed to a draw.
Yes.
Which means the rules of today, it would be illegal at this point.
Yeah, that is true. This cannot happen, and in any case, Dingliren comes up with a novelty and doesn't take on c4, nor he plays bishop g5, but bishop to b2.
And actually, Fabiano just took another pawn. I mean, not another pawn, but he just continued to take. And I wouldn't be surprised at all if white would just continue not taking back and play knight d2, giving up a pawn, and just bring his rook as soon as possible to play rook c1. At least, definitely wouldn't be surprised. Of course, after cb3, queen b3 is a logical move as well, and then already immediately rook c1 is possible from white side. But probably after this move, Black would want to go knight bd7 and the move rook c1, queen b6. And it seems everything is just fine for Black, I believe. So I'm very curious after cb3 whether we are going to see a capture or really knight d2. I think knight d2 is interesting because, but it's definitely a pawn sacrifice. So it's not, there is no jokes around. It is a serious pawn sacrifice. But Fabiano doesn't mind to take pawns. He likes to grab some pawn. Let's go to another game. What happened between Mamedyarov, the leader, and Aronian? Since we did not understand the queen h4 moment.
I wish he had played queen h4. It was such an exciting position.
Well, we may ask.
We will ask. The postmortems are also really exciting.
Yeah. And d6 happened when white played f3, knight g5, and played b4 very energetically. Rook e8. And now it's white to move. How to react. For the moment, white cannot go bishop b2 because then queen takes e3, takes, and black would have a pawn up. So instead of bishop b2, white has to decide whether to play e4, which I don't think is a good move because black would play immediately f5 and the pin is very unpleasant for white side. So e4 is practically not possible. He may play king f2. King f2 is an option, clearly, and there is a good chance that he's going to play king f2, so to play bishop b2 in the next move. But I wouldn't be surprised if anyway f5 would be standing on the board in the next move. So it is very much a Levon's kind of game, I believe. Because bishop b2, maybe it's already... Can something be sacrificed, like playing f4?
Can he?
e4 and sacrifice something? I mean, I don't know, but it's...
I love to have you as a
fun.
commentator, Julie, because you always find the most exciting lines.
Probably these are not sound, but it's fun. Knight takes e4. Well, the queen is always there in this diagonal. We shouldn't forget about that. And king, well, it's not so much fun for white, I guess.
Oh no, but we are having fun.
Here, queen g5, king h1. There's no mate yet.
The yet was an important...
But maybe knight g3 is possible and rook e2.
Oh.
No, because queen d5. No, queen d5, b2 he's hanging. There is always tactics non-stop. Actually here, yeah, rook e2. It is possible.
As some of our participants said in the previous broadcast, Judith, you should be playing in that hall.
Well, it's fun for me to follow and have these lines here, but I have a feeling that f5 will be coming shortly, and we might have some fireworks here.
I'm hoping for fireworks.
Let's see what happened between Maxim and Vichy. We left after knight a3, and we are discussing if knight e4 is possible, and I said that I would be scared because of rook e1, but it seems Vichy was not, and probably he's right. Knight takes b5, black castled, queen e2. This is the situation, what is at the board right now between the two players. Now the question is whether black should be moving away his knight, or to go, for example, knight a5 and defend the e4 knight by moving his knight from c6. Bishop c2. Now it's hanging. But maybe black can go e takes d4. As after bishop e4, I think rook e8. Though it's not clear if whether white can go bishop h7 and knight g5. No, because I thought the rook is hanging, but actually the mate is there. So there is too much tactics again, yeah. And after rook e8, maybe knight g5, but then I think bishop takes e4, takes d5, probably knight f6, g takes f6, queen g4, king h8. This seems to be a little bit better for white because of this pawn structure.
As far as I can see, which now we know is never 100% sure with my eyesight, it was knight f6, the move that the former world champion chose.
Yeah. Well, now something has to happen in the center, because the question is whether d takes e5, d takes e5, knight e5. What happens after that? This is the first thing we have to check. And let's say knight takes, but I'm not sure. Maybe, yeah, knight e5, queen e5, and white seems to have. What about bishop f2?
You're having fun again.
Yeah, it's like I'm in my mood, but I think I go too far. I thought for a second that after rook f2, rook e8 is possible and to go here, but actually queen d4, I think, the simplest way of refuting my idea here. So after queen e5, Rook e8 is possible. White has to move away with his queen somewhere, but does he have a good square? I'm not sure. I'm not sure where to go with the queen. It's kind of a tricky situation.
Let's see a few examples. So if the queen goes to f4 or g5.
Well, if queen g5, I may just play h6.
And the question
And
is the
chasing.
same. Where do I
Yeah,
go?
again, it's only having h6 is just an
Helping
extra
black, yeah.
plus. But okay, here white has queen h4, but then I think rook e4 and rook g4 would be extremely unpleasant. Actually, here white would be in huge trouble already because there is no f3 because of the pin. Okay, so if we go back, queen e5, rook e8,
queen f4.
queen f. No, queen f4
Or you want to
also
look
rook
at the queen
e1.
g5? Same thing.
I think queen f5. I think white just cannot allow black to go black rook e4 and g4. Of course, these bishops are simply so powerful, incredible. I remember a very beautiful game from Hanti-Mansisk. I think it was 2011 when Svidler won against Kemsky, I think. It was just beautiful. All his pieces of black were on fire and sacrificing. It was a beautiful game.
In a similar position.
It was a very similar, this kind of opening, and the black bishops were there, but also his queen was, I think, on h4, and knight and rooks, everything. Everything was there.
Could become similar. D takes e5 is on the board.
So let's see what Vichy has his plans. Well, maybe rook e8 is possible, but I would wonder. Also, d takes e5, knight e5. Rook e8 is not possible because f7 is hanging, but maybe queen e7 is the simplest reaction. Because for now, rook e1 is not working because takes, and bishop f2. So this is something white really has to can worry about. After queen e7, it's a pin, right? So white's only move to go is bishop f4. And now rook e8. And now white cannot take bishop f7 because of the pin. And after rook e8, what can he do? Again, if rook e1, then again the same story later on f2.
Yeah, we can show it on the board perhaps, but the same idea. There's always knight g4 fork.
Okay, so it means, generally speaking, that knight e5 probably it's not possible because of queen e7. This is the conclusion. Okay, so we'll see how Vichy reacts. And we have f5 on the board. We were discussing white played a4, nice pawns on the fourth rank. a5 is a plan, and f5, which was obvious that it will be appearing on the board. It seems like Levon is very much in his mood. He's very hungry after his not winning yesterday against the world champion. He's also might be thinking about bringing his rook to the sixth rank, even to e6 or h6 or g6. So there are a lot of possibilities for black here.
This is going to be a very exciting game to follow for sure. And another one is Magnus Carlsen's game, where we still yet to see what Grishuk's plan is after giving up the bishop on f3 and pushing c4. That was a moment that surprised Magnus himself when Grishuk took on f3, giving the pair of bishops to white.
But I'm very surprised actually seeing this screen the way
Grishuk.
Alexander is sitting at the board.
Yes, what does it say about his comfort?
I mean, I wonder that if you go bishop f3, and you go c4, bishop e2 is the most obvious move because there is very clear plan for white playing f4.
Yeah. Then why is he...
I mean, he should be having a plan here.
He looks like he's in pain and he looks like he's somewhat surprised, yes.
But he's having his comfortable chair.
Very comfortable chair.
I don't know what, I have no idea. I have a feeling that for black the position is, he's slow, he's behind in tempos. He should have already his rooks on c8 and d8 to have his counterattack on the queen side.
He looks like he's just waking up. With all due respect, of course, to Alexander Grishuk, a very strong player, but it does seem like he isn't fully in control of what has happened in the last few moves, even though it was him who took on f3.
Well, of course, he's also having an awfully difficult situation in the tournament. As we pointed out just some time ago, that for the players who are in bad form, I mean, this system is as painful as it can be.
Yeah.
I mean, for him also, I mean, what he had to live through in the last 2 days.
Definitely. We are referring to Alexander Grishuk calling his first round loss in the Armageddon game against Levon Aronian one of his top 3 most painful defeats in his career, and that made him go for a quick draw against Wesley So yesterday because he thought that he didn't have the energy for the classical game. He was hoping he would find energy for the Armageddon, shorter time control at least. It backfired. He ended up losing the Armageddon game. I mean, losing it in a sense that Wesley made a draw with the queen up.
He was lost.
The position 2 should have been
So
lost.
it's,
All in all, it's the same point for Grishuk, that is half a point from yesterday and half a point from the first day.
Actually, it was a nice way of finishing the game by Wesley, because if he wins, anyway, he gets
the
half
same
a point.
point.
Sorry.
Yeah,
Anyway,
it's the
he
same
gets
point.
half and 1.5.
Yeah, 1.5. So a win in classical means 2 points for the players, and if it's a draw in the classical game and then the Armageddon game is decided, that is 1.5 point for the player that won. In Armageddon there is a result because White has to win. White starts with 10 minutes over 7 minutes of Black, but Black has draw odds. This is the new system here at Norway Chess. And do let us know what you think about this system. This is an experiment. The organizers are very brave to go for something that has never been tried before at super tournaments or in general in the world, except for maybe some cup tournaments. So do let us know about your thoughts on this system by using the hashtag Altibox and hashtag Norway Chess, and share your opinion with us.
I have an idea for Grishuk. I just thought it's irritating me that I just cannot come up with a good idea or any idea that I would believe in, but Bishop e5 may be something to consider. With the idea actually provoking f4, but that's not the point. To
You
go
bring the
back,
bishop to the queen
bishop
side.
to c7 and somehow exchange these bishops. But it also looks so slow that I can't be too proud of this idea. But at least it's something.
It's something.
It cannot be good. That's the problem.
Bringing the bishop from g7 to c7.
No, I was thinking to go. Let's say White goes e5. It just looks so slow, though. It's very, very slow.
This whole concept seems slow, that he takes on f3 without waiting for White to provoke it with h3. Then he pushes c4, hoping for a queenside expansion, but with the White bishops on e3 and e2, how does
Well, let's say he goes back queen c7. This is a very
Yeah.
logical continuation. f4. The problem is if he goes f5, then he gets e5. So f5 is not an option. Then maybe now, well, knight c5, White just plays e5. I'm wondering if after f4, if e5 is possible, you know. But that's, I don't know, the e5. I thought only about capturing the pawn, but this is also not something I would like to play with the black pieces. Maybe after f4, black should be going somewhere with either rook to d8. Okay, so this is somehow kind of okay, because e5 right now it's not possible because, I mean, it is possible, but it will not work because of knight b6 and bishop f3, then knight d5. So at least now black is actually
Gets back the bishop.
good. So after knight b6, White would have to take it, which is also not something very nice for White. I mean, it's still probably, I would play it from the White side, but okay, here after rook d8, maybe White has to go bishop f3 or bishop g4, and then black tries to get counter chances with knight c5, knight d3. or knight a4 also sometimes to put pressure on c3. So probably something like this Grischuk will have to play, but it is definitely more dangerous to play it with the black pieces. I mean, I wouldn't be happy to play it against Magnus, this one.
Certainly. And he doesn't look like he is happy about this, even though it was his decision. But it's a difficult tournament for Alexander Grischuk after that first day defeat against Aronian when he had the black pieces, so even a draw would have given him the victory in Armageddon. He had more time in that crazy Finnish rook endgame and a better position and draw odds, and he lost it.
Yeah, it was a very sad story from looking at it from his side, definitely. Let's see Wesley So, how is he progressing against Yu Yanji? As in the beginning I had a question, but he played bishop d4, and then things happened. Queen e3, queen a4, forcing b3, queen a5. Actually, is definitely not a bad spot for the queen, defending from the side the e5 bishop because he doesn't want to give up the tension. And white took on e5, d takes e5. I don't understand this. I mean, it seems like black is at least
all
equal.
right, if not more, yes.
At least equal. It's like a Berlin with the other color, but it's very important that the pawn is on e5, not on e4. So actually it's controlling the central square on d4. So it's definitely, it was not a good opening situation after move 17 already for Wesley. g6, c4, rook d1, rook d1, rook d8. Well, Yu Yanji is just having a very nice position.
He's the youngest and lowest rated participant of the field, but he's been having an excellent start. The Chinese player managed to outplay his compatriot yesterday in the Armageddon. So both Wesley So and Yu Yanji drew their classical games yesterday and then went on to gain the full point in the Armageddon. And that gives Yu Yanji a shared second place together with Magnus Carlsen. He's got 3 points out of 4. And he doesn't seem to have any problems here with the
But
black
I don't
pieces.
understand. What do you play on c5?
Oh, you found some problems for black. Okay.
Yeah, because for now I want to cut away your powerful queen, which is protecting e5, and I understand that the queen is also threatening sometimes on e1, giving checks. But after rook d1, queen d1, the white queen defends all the important squares, and also defending the pawn on c5 while attacking. You see how powerful a queen is?
It is when it's not cut away from the rest of the pieces like the a5 queen.
So the e5 is under attack, and after f6 I would be going f4.
I like your idea with c5, and I'm struggling to see how I can activate the black queen in time, especially with the e5 pawn hanging in every line, plus the e5 pin. So maybe it's not that simple at all. It looks like a position where black has equalized.
No, because black simply, his last moves were rook d1, which I don't necessarily understand. I think he could simply play f5. And if c5, he would be going e4 possibly. No, the c5 can be very unpleasant actually from white side. So the game we are having right now, this is the position. And there's another question if rook d8, but I'm not sure I would go rook d8, king d8, c5, because the bishop stands on e2, so black has a check. Maybe it's only a check, but I'm not sure. Because the king on d8 is kind of vulnerable, and white can go anyway f4.
So from the starting position, if we just go back for a moment.
But now I think this would be not so good for white. Sorry, I just want to go.
You don't think it's
for
still good?
The longer, if takes, takes, and then black goes back to e7. Pretty balanced. I prefer with white going immediately c5 in this position. And I'm pretty sure this is what Wesley So is thinking about, whether should he play c5 immediately or grabbing and force the black king to be on d8. So this is what he's evaluating right now, that what is a better option, to play c5 first or to take on d8 first.
This is certainly something that we will need to see shortly. I think we can have one more look at Magnus Carlsen's game before we go for a quick break. If there's any move by Grishuk.
Yes, rook fd8 happened and f4. Yeah, rook on d8 is a very logical square for the rook, and he wants to go for counterattack, probably something like knight f6. So to stop e5 as long as possible.
For now he's stopping it, but we shall see if in the long run he can prevent the pawn advance in the center, and if he will find compensation for giving up the pair of bishops. This is something that we will check right after the break. We'll go for a very short snack break. In my case, that's a chocolate break. I don't know, Judith, what snacks do you prefer, but I do have some more dark chocolate for the two of us. We'll be back in a few minutes, and make sure to use the hashtag Altibox and hashtag Norway Chess to let us know about your thoughts on today's games and the revolutionary system in terms of the time control, the system of play, and how do you see the standings so far with Magnus being the sole leader.
Da er vi klar.
5 sekunder.
E4,
B6,
D4,
D5,
springer C3, springer slår E4, dronning D8 sjakk, løper G5 sjakk,
kong C7,
løper D8 matt,
over og ut.
Hvis dere kan bli forelsket i New York, så faller dere også for HTH sin nyhet New York. Med de svarte metallrammene og det industrielle utseendet. Da er det bra at vi har ham her. Han hjelper dere. Og hvis dere ikke vil montere det selv, så har vi også ham her. Og før dere vet ordet av det, har dere et nytt kjøkken. I kult design og med smarte detaljer. Smart, ikke sant? Det er kjøkkenkjærlighet som holder.
Altibox Norway Chess is the strongest chess tournament in history. Annually, the 10 best players in the world gather in Stavanger to participate in Altibox Norway Chess. Chess is one of the most participated sports in the world, with 10 million live streams counted in the previous World Championship. But how can chess be taken to new heights? By introducing new technology, Norway Chess is reaching new audiences and making chess commercial. With the use of cutting-edge, real-time virtual studio technology, Norway Chess will revolutionize the broadcast of chess. It all happens inside the Norway Chess Tower, where every segment of the event takes place in multiple rooms. Each room tailored to fit every aspect of the broadcast event, and also themed with sponsors' branding. This is a unique opportunity for companies to showcase products in an efficient and creative way, through branded rooms in the Norway Chess Tower. This journey will open new international doors and opportunities to reach a wider audience. By being a part of this revolution with Norway Chess, you will be associated with innovation and technology. Aired live on multiple platforms worldwide, making sure your brand is part of this journey.
Welcome back to our broadcast. I have the pleasure of welcoming Grandmaster Jon Ludvighammer in the broadcast of our English language studio. Jon, welcome.
Thank you.
Not your first time in Stavanger. You've played the Norway chess tournament plenty of times, and now you're the expert commentator for TV2.
Yes.
Tell us about the two experience. First, talking about how is it to participate in this field.
It's very intimidating. Every time I've played, I've been by far the big underdog, because they had at the very least this policy of inviting the top players and a more local person.
How local are you in terms of Norway, Stavanger? You're not from the city? But
No, not for sure not. No, I'm from Oslo, so I'm from the capital. It's a bit far away, but Norway is not a very populous country, so being Norwegian is pretty local already. And I got to play against all of these top players in the world, and it really is a big challenge. There's a real difference between playing someone who's in the top 10 versus playing someone who's in the top 30 in the world.
Can you describe the difference, how it feels?
Well, there's no easy games. There's no kind of, you can never go in with the white pieces and think, okay, today I'm having a bit of a rough time, maybe I'll try to go for a draw. These top 10 guys will play for a win with white, with black. They will punish you. They will, if you make some inaccuracy, you're going to regret it. And it's you get thrown into it, and you cope the best you can. And my first time playing, I scored 1.5 points out of 9, which is ridiculously poor. But
Do you know what was your expectation in terms of your rating comparison to their?
probably like 3 or 2.5. But it's once you start losing in this field, it's very difficult to come back from that. Even for Grischuk, he's a top 10 player in the world, and even he thinks it's difficult coming back from a tough game. Imagine how it is for a guy who's not even top 100, as I was when I played.
So there's a target sign on your forehead when you start losing games.
Yes.
Is it what Grischuk said, that that's how he feels if it goes wrong for him or for anyone else from this field? It's gonna be really tough because everybody wants to target you.
I think so, and as such, I guess Grischuk's game, going up against Magnus, having had such a bad experience the last two games, that's rough. I would be very impressed if he manages to come back from that with a good result today.
If we already mentioned Grischuk, how do you see the position so far? And what were you discussing about this bishop takes f3 decision, that he's willing to give up the bishop to push c4? We were a bit confused with Judith. What is exactly his strategy? And if it was necessary to take on f3?
Yeah, so I have coined kind of a thing for myself where I am very eager to promote the effectiveness of the bishop pair.
I love the pair of bishops, and both as protect your bishops is one of my favorite quotes from you.
Yeah.
Shout out to Alexandra.
So with my Twitch stream, I've been very aggressively advocating the bishops. But I think what he did was an interesting decision, because this pawn structure he creates for himself, maybe it's not, good, but for the audience, it's fantastic because there's such a big imbalance here with black having the 3 pawns on the queen side and then white having this kind of superiority in the center. It makes for a very unbalanced position, and one in which you just know there's going to be action. You just know there's going to be tactics and stuff going on. I think it's quite likely that this game will see a winner.
In the classical portion
In
already.
the classical portion, yeah. And after the bishop retreats, rook d1, d8, f4, over in the Norwegian broadcast, because we spent a lot of attention on Magnus's game, we were actually wondering about this rook, which rook is the correct one. So I had seen that the computer was recommending this other rook, and we were analyzing the possibility of f4 being responded with by knight f6, putting pressure on the pawn on e4, also on the pawn on d5, bishop f3, which is kind of a silly move, because now literally for the last 5 moves, 4 of them have been Magnus playing his bishop back and forth from this f3 square. But it illustrates how important it is for white to get this f-pawn involved with the central control of e5. And we were looking at this variation e6, putting pressure on the pawn on d5. And if d6, it's very important to prevent e5, because if white... Oh, you cannot make illegal moves. So we'll do something silly. If white manages to get this pawn chain of pawns defending each other, that's a big disaster. So if d6, it's very important that black plays e5 to interrupt the coordination of white's pawns. And after takes knight d7, this is where we stopped, and we said this is an extremely interesting position, and one in which I have no idea what's going on. So my biggest curiosity right now, if we go back to the current position, is that I'm wondering how the choice of rook affects this play. So I'm guessing Grischuk will play something like knight f6, bishop f3, e6, all of this is logical. And then after d6, e5, will it be a problem after takes that now you open up for the white rook, pointing towards this f7 square, with the rook having gone away from the defense of that square? Also, you know, there's potential problems.
With the long diagonal too,
yeah,
there can be problems.
with the bishop. Maybe sometimes this rook can come under attack.
It does seem like if black wants to go for this plan, it would feel more natural to have the a8 rook on f8, as you said, protecting the f7 pawn and making sure there's nothing on the semi-open file.
Yeah. So if we go back to the current position, maybe knight f6 is not Grischuk's plan, but we'll find out soon enough.
Yeah, I wonder how much time he will spend on this decision, though, because he started thinking more and more after taking on f3. It's going to be about a 25-minute time advantage for Magnus. But it's not unusual from Alexander Grischuk to sink into thought and to use quite a lot of precious time in these moments.
But precious is the correct description, because in this time format, when you only get the 2 hours for the full game, those minutes are very important. And we saw yesterday Aronian. I think part of the reason why he didn't manage to win that position was that he was spending too much time making decisions that wasn't as decisive as the ones he had to make later on. So he spent all of this time going into a rook endgame, but then he didn't leave himself enough time to figure out how to win it afterwards.
Do you see the players adjusting difficultly to having no increment until move 41? There is increment, but up until that moment, it's only 2 hours. Do you think it's difficult for them since most of the tournaments have increment?
Yes, I think it's difficult, and I think the rounds so far have shown that some players are struggling with it. But I don't feel sorry for them. I mean, this is part of the skill set, right?
Yeah.
That they need to be able to adjust, not only with playing without increments, which is unusual, but also the ability to switch between having 2 hours for the full game and then having like 7 minutes in the Armageddon game.
Yeah.
I think that's also a very difficult thing to do, switching from being in the time frame of having 2 hours and then like very soon thereafter having so many points on the line with this reduced time control.
I agree with you that it's not an easy switch, and Levon Aronian considers themselves a bit of an experimental animal in this system. But I think it's great that the organizers are brave to try a new system that may or may not work. It may not be a perfect system, but they are willing to experiment with new ways of making chess more of a media-friendly competition, because you're coming from TV2's studio and your broadcast starts at about 4:30, is that correct?
Yeah.
And it runs until 10:30. So isn't that a perfect television time in Norway? People finish work, they go home and they can watch Magnus Carlsen.
The round starting at 5 p.m. local time is no accident. I believe that my employer, TV2, has had some influence in deciding that, and it does affect our viewing numbers. We are having better numbers this year than last year, probably partly due to the better timing with people coming home from work and stuff like that. So the reduced time, the lack of increments, that you know that all the games are going to last about 4 hours. This is some of the things that is very beneficial for the local broadcaster, our TV2 broadcasting. So I saw a tweet by Jonathan Tisdal.
I was going to mention if we can bring it up, because I believe we have that exact tweet from Grandmaster Tisdal, the captain of the Norwegian team, or he had been the captain of the Norwegian Olympic team, where you and Magnus compete, and he said exactly this: that one thing it is easy to forget or overlook from the outside, but a fast total session of Norway chess means that it fits into prime time TV viewing after work and not running too late. This is a real consideration in chess crazy Norway.
Yeah, and I think he's spot on with that analysis.
Thank you for the tweet, Jonathan. And I was also thinking about this as well, that I have seen both praise and criticism for the system, but what not many tweets were considering is that this is great for television. And if you have a classical tournament that has a starting time, even if it starts at 5 p.m., let's say, but if it was only the classical part, how do you block time on a television channel for a tournament that you don't know if it's going to finish in an hour, the game, or in 5 hours? How do you make a show like that?
It's tricky, and for instance, yesterday when Magnus's game went long, and the Armageddon game started late and so on, we were pushing other stuff off. So it's logistics. It's people, and our producer in Bergen makes the decisions on whether we can continue or whether we have to push other programming and stuff like this. This is difficult decisions being made well above my pay grade.
But I guess it would be even more difficult if it was the classical system, which you also covered last year here. And if Magnus's game finished quickly and you would still have about 3 hours programmed, what do you do with those 3 extra hours?
It's tricky, and I know that we have some backup solutions. We have some chess documentaries and stuff like that.
You don't have to read tweets for 3 hours.
Which can be used in such situations.
But I agree that this year's system makes it easier for the television production and for the viewers to enjoy it, especially in Norway, since Magnus has brought on the chess mania. It feels like everybody knows who Magnus Carlsen is, and everybody started being interested in chess because of Magnus. But they may not know that much about chess. They may know how the pieces move. So it's not about going into very technical analysis, but making basically a chess entertainment show. Is it how you see your broadcast, that yes, you're a grandmaster, but you cannot go into very detailed variations? It's more about explaining basic ideas and being instructive, or how do you see the broadcast?
For sure. No, I mean, I like to be pretty abstract. So I like to kind of point out the bishop pair.
Yeah.
Because that doesn't it doesn't require me to spout a lot of variations, but I can say that, the pawns in the center of the board, this is a very good thing for Magnus because they're controlling important central squares. So I make, I say stuff like this instead of going very deeply into concrete variations, and I think that's I think that's the way it has to be done.
I fully agree. If we want to reach a bigger audience, if we want to reach a big portion of the population in Norway, for instance, is that correct, by the way, that it was 1/3 of the population of Norway that followed the World Championship matches?
I don't know, but the Norwegian public broadcaster, NRK, they have amazing viewer numbers in general. So it wouldn't surprise me if that was true. The World Championship matches have been a huge event in Norway, and we like a champion. We really like a champion, and Magnus has really. He is an A-list celebrity in Norway, and it's sometimes difficult to communicate that to the world, but he cannot walk down the street any place in Norway without people noticing him and very often also approaching him or shouting at him and stuff like that. There's really a Magnus craze in Norway. And still has been for a very long time. So that's also something we're very lucky to have, that it has persevered for this long. Ever since he became world champion for the first time, it's been 6 years. And chess still has a strong position. And Magnus has a strong position in the public's eye.
How do you see where can it go? You say that it's very popular, everybody recognizes Magnus. Do you think that chess can be even more popular, or is it a plateau that chess has reached? And in terms of the media, you being part of the television broadcast, do you see that this can expand even further, that everyone in Norway will know how to play chess?
It's a difficult question. I think for us, we have reached a moment where the chess has really become a mainstream sport of sorts, and I think it makes sense to learn from some of our experiences from Norway, but I think the next step is trying to recreate this in other markets, in other countries. And it's not easy to do, because I think the reason chess managed to break through in Norway was because of Magnus.
So how
it's
do you
not
do
necessarily
it with
chess
champion?
itself, it's having this huge profile who is, so much better than all the others, and everyone is amazed, how does he do it? And how to recreate that in other countries, I'm not sure. I don't think there's an easy answer.
I would love to see chess being this popular in other countries too. Of course, there are the obvious countries to choose when you think, okay, everybody knows how to play chess in Russia, for instance, or it's becoming very popular in India, in China. But Norway is the only place where it's on primetime television. And that says something about the achievement of Norwegian media bringing chess onto the television channels and making it so popular that everybody wants to watch it. And I think that gives a lot of credit to you and the team, because it shows that chess can be explained to people who may not know how to move the pieces. They don't have to know how to play chess in order to enjoy your program.
That is definitely a goal. And whenever people say stuff like that, we feel like we've done our part.
So how to do that? If I'm an organizer, if I'm someone who wants to create a broadcast, what tips would you give from how you broadcast on TV2? Apart from the chess analysis, which happens at every chess commentary, what else can be added that makes it more enjoyable for the general audience?
You're asking very difficult questions.
That's why you are here.
Yeah.
If you describe what do you do on a daily basis at the TV2 broadcast?
Yeah, that's easier. Thank you. Yeah, no, I mean, we diverge quite a bit. We're very lucky to have a strong following on Twitter, so we can always spice up our program with input from our viewers. We talk a lot about like anecdotes from chess tournaments, from chess history, and so on. Try to mix it up a little bit, but I think in general, I mean, you can have a strong focus on the chess. You just have to be very attentive to how you present it. Because I believe that today there is too much focus on concrete variations. And I do believe that even a lot of chess fans struggle to keep up. Sometimes I struggle to keep up. And I think it would be beneficial to cut down on kind of saying that if you're going to show a variation, you should not go deeper than 3 moves. You should really calm down the pace. And you should, in general, try to stick with some general things about the position. I really want to look at this Ding Karana game.
I know you can't resist, so let's present how you would describe this position for TV2.
Yeah, okay, we'll try. So the material is equal, but I like White's position a lot.
Why do you like it, Hannah?
Partly because of the pawn structure, how the pawns stand in relation to each other. So we see that White's pawns are grouped together as one, and that's very beneficial because it means that the pawns can protect each other. And that is definitely not the case for Fabiano's pawns, because he has one pawn over here, one pawn over here. Those are isolated pawns. It means that they cannot be protected by any of the other pawns, and so they need pieces to protect the pawns instead. And those pieces are very often become defensive pieces because they have defensive tasks defending such pawns. Just from looking at the pawns, I am thinking that Ding has a very nice position. I also am a bit skeptical of Fabiano's king position because he doesn't have as many pawns in front of his king as what Ding has. So there are benefits to Black's position, namely having the bishop pair. But
which you are fond of.
Which I'm very fond of. But in this specific situation, I think I would choose the good pawn structure and the safer king position over the bishop pair.
I really like your explanation.
Thank you.
I think we should watch a lot of TV too, in general, all of us, chess broadcasters and the general audience. The only problem is that it's in Norwegian.
Yeah.
So first I need to take a Norwegian course, which I tried last year.
Well, right now we're having Judith.
So it's in English.
So it's probably in English, and we're getting some very nice insights from her. I mean, it's a top 10 player in the world.
Well, don't tell me about it. I have her all the time, and I'm so privileged.
It doesn't happen very often for us to have a former top 10 player. So I think they're using the time very well when they have her on.
I remember last year Magnus had a free day because of Dingliran. So Dingliran had a bike accident after round 3. Unfortunately, he fractured his hip, and that gave a free day to every other participant. So Magnus, on his free day, as far as I remember, he just walked into the TV2 studio.
Yeah, he came on as he was even the host. He kicked out our main host, and he just took charge of the broadcast. And that was one of the most interesting days during Norway Chess last year, because having Magnus talk about chess is a very rare occurrence.
But it's not his own game.
Yeah, and he had some insights you don't take for granted.
Do you remember any bits and pieces that he mentioned? I know it's already been a year.
Yeah, no, there's nothing specific that comes to mind. He actually kind of stirred up a little controversy because this was the day where Mamedyarov and Karyakin made a draw in a very tactical, sharp game. And Magnus pretty much hinted too that he thought it might be an arranged game between two guys who were working with each other. And, you know, then there was follow-ups and there was interviews with Mamedyarov, there was interviews with Karyakin, and, you know, it was one of the most interesting days of Norway chess last year. And, you know, I know it's not going to happen very often, but having Magnus talk about chess is something the Norwegian audience, I guess, to some degree is spoiled with, and that we're very lucky to get to experience.
And you said that he basically kicked out your usual host. How was he as a television host?
Oh, he was terrible. He was terrible. No, that was not his strong suit.
So he had to listen to audio cues, or how was he leading the conversation?
He has an earpiece, right?
Yes,
so he
did
can
he listen to
he
it?
can get instructions from the producer to kind of, we're now going to go to commercial break. We're now going to look into this camera, now look into that camera. And
did he follow any of those instructions?
I think he went to commercial break. It was a bit unorthodox. It was basically, oh yeah, now I'm being told that we need to go to commercial break. It wasn't
the way to do it.
Seamless as normal, but it was very blunt.
And he is very blunt, so he was being himself.
Yes.
Authentic Magnus experience.
Yes, for sure.
That must have been nice to witness from the front row seat. You were part of the studio team and you were on air with the host.
Yeah,
Magnus
no,
Carlsen.
but I was kind of there as the chess expert, right?
And then he was there as a host.
As the host, you're kind of supposed to okay, what do you think about this? What do you think about? You're kind of directing it.
Yes. So instead
he was basically, yeah, I think this, I think this, I think this, and I was trying to keep up with the analysis board. But it was he made the host role different. He made it his own.
One man show.
So that was at some point, yes.
No, I'm just teasing Magnus. Of course, I'm sure he was interested in sharing his analysis with you guys as well. But it must be difficult for him to just simply lead the conversation and not just start analyzing it by himself.
It's hosting a show on television. It's a skill set, and coming in there for the first time, of course, it's going to be unusual and strange, and you're not going to make it perfect on the first try. There have been stuff going on.
Let's catch up. You are right.
Because there is no longer a queen in Mamedyarov's camp. I don't know where you've been the last time.
In the Mamedyarov game, couple of moves back, so we can...
This is a very interesting opening. I actually played this with white myself.
We left it at f5, so
fall.
right here, a4, f5. This is where we last checked
Okay,
in.
because then c5 is a huge move, trying to put pressure on these pawns on the queen side. And also, I mean, if he wants to, Levon can capture this pawn, capture back. I mean, it is a free pawn, but the more pawns that are removed from the board, then the more space you have for your bishops. So bishops are good in open positions. Open positions is when there are not so many pawns left. And I think Levon was very reluctant to open up for the white bishops. So he went knight e6. Bishop c4 makes a lot of sense, putting pressure towards black's king. And then rook d8, such a big decision. Because now there's tactics. You capture, and you give up the queen for 2 rooks. This is one of the most difficult decisions in chess.
When the queen is better and when the rook. And as much as I enjoy this conversation and analyzing with you, Yoon, I'm afraid I need to give you back to TV2. So we will go for a very quick technical break, and then Judith will join me one more time. Thank you very much for the insights. Grandmaster Hammer, you can watch him on TV2 in Norwegian.
Thank you.
Hvis dere kan bli forelsket i New York, så faller dere også for HTH sin nyhet New York. Med de svarte metallrammene og det industrielle utseendet. Da er det bra at vi har ham her. Han hjelper dere. Og hvis dere ikke vil montere det selv, så har vi også ham her. Og før dere vet ordet av det, har dere et nytt kjøkken. I kult design og med smarte detaljer. Smart, ikke sant? Det er kjøkkenkjærlighet som holder.
Welcome back to our broadcast and welcome back, Judith.
I'm happy to be back.
How was it at the TV2 studio?
It was fun. We were discussing a lot about the time control and how much does it affect the players, the classical game, the Armageddon game, the fact that they are losers or winners every day. So this was one of the main topics.
Yes, that was indeed our moment of realizing that when you said that we have two players now who are not really in such a good shape, facing each other, that's Vishenand and Maxim Veshelagrov. They are playing against each other, and in a usual super tournament, they could have decided to go for a solid game, take a draw, stop the bleeding, and then come back the next day with more energy. But just before we went on a break, Judith and I started discussing that there is no such thing here as you take a draw and then you stop the bleeding, because one of them will be a loser today too.
Yeah, because that's how it would be in a regular tournament. You start with 2 losses, you have one more game, you have on tomorrow a free day, right? So you make a draw most likely, especially if you play with black, and then it's a new tournament starts. Yeah. But now there's no draw. You cannot have that, I will be safe ground, at least I grab half a point.
Yeah, mentioning the free day tomorrow, the players will have a free day, but they will compete in a different kind of sport. Chess Chefs is tomorrow's program. It happened last year already that the players will team up. The participants will be in teams of 2, headed by professional chefs. Actually, some of the best chefs in the world will be there to accompany Magnus Carlsen and the rest of the chess players for a cooking competition.
I'd be happy to have a course here. I'm here anyway for 2 weeks, right?
Judith, will you be there? Are you curious which chess player will do the best in terms of their cooking skills?
I'm curious, and actually I love this program that the organizers have these all kind of very funny free day programs for team building or something like this. And the first time I saw when they went to the farm, I think 2-3 years ago, then already last year they were cooking also. So I think it's a great show, it's great fun, and it seems like they are also having fun there.
I really loved the farming as well. I wasn't here that year, but we both watched the Facebook live video about it. There was a tractor driving competition, and they had to milk cows. That also got them extra scores. I really enjoy how creative these competitions are, and as you mentioned, last year we already had the chess chefs, but this year they are being joined by some of the top chefs, as we already discussed. They were all part of the World Cooking Contest in Lyon, France, and the company that makes this possible is HTH Kitchen, a partner of the Altibox Norway Chess Super Tournament. I'm looking forward to who will win. Last year it was Vishenand and Ding Liren. Ding Liren took part of the cooking contest last year after fracturing his hip. We didn't know how bad the fracture was, or that it would be actually a serious accident.
And he had to withdraw from the tournament.
Yes, right after winning the cooking competition.
That's not the competition he really wanted to win and go home.
Indeed. Let's see if there are any new moves in the Carlsen-Grishuk game. After the trade on f3 and pushing c4, we were a little puzzled whether Grishuk was happy about entering this middle game.
Yeah, here after c4, white played bishop e2, which was the most logical. I think I left only after this. It's very clear that white's plan is very straightforward, pushing pawns f4, e5, and block the bishop, which is actually attacking, not the b3 square, but attacking.
I do that all the time.
So the c3 square. And so black played rook d8, which is also the very typical idea with black in such a structure, that you do everything in order to stop white from e5. So white played f4, and already white is kind of ready almost to go e5. So this was the reason knight b6 was played. Now the rook d8 has shown its sense. So again, e5 is simply not possible playing by white. And after bishop f3, it's interesting that actually Grischuk is taking a lot of time, which is not strange by him. But he knows it that after move 40, or at least after having his another 35 minutes, if it's going to be gone, and actually he has to make 23 moves until the time control. But the time control is that after that he gets only 10 seconds. And it's not something that he's looking forward to that.
For sure. Now, just a reminder on the time control. In the classical games, it's 2 hours from the start for both players, 2 hours each. And the increment only comes from move 41, a 10-second increment. This is currently move 17 for white. That means that Grischuk has to play 24 more moves to even start receiving 10 seconds.
But 10 seconds is nothing. 10 seconds is something that you can be more nervous, you cannot go to the toilet, you're still in the game, but it's not real time.
It isn't. No, he is
Especially
already
in such
time
a position,
trouble.
let's say.
In that sense, he's already in time trouble because of having played only 16 moves in an hour and a half. That gives him the time pressure status right now.
Actually, I would say that he played his classical game. Now he's playing his rapid game. And if things go right and he makes a draw, he's going into Armageddon. Because he has like 35 minutes. So it's kind of a rapid rhythm that he has to change to.
How do you see the position now after bishop f3?
After bishop f3, actually e5 is a threat, because let's say I just want to show what is the situation. If black plays h6, which he won't, I just want to show on the board that what happens after such a tactical idea, that if this could be okay for black, but actually it's not, because white is taking the a8 rook, takes, bishop takes, and white has 2 rooks, and the bishop against the queen. So white is actually, queen d8.
Oh, picks up one of the bishops.
Okay, so now we see that actually after bishop f3, e5 is not necessarily a threat yet because of this. So now black has one move to make. For example, actually rook c8 seems to be a kind of logical move for different reasons. One of it that to go out from the diagonal, from the bishop attack, and the other one is to cover the c5 square from the possibility of white playing bishop c5. And also, generally speaking, it stands very well, supports the c4 pawn. Possibly, sometime, there could be some idea to even sacrifice the pawn on b4, so white goes away with his c-pawn, and then the black c-pawn can be kind of a strong passed pawn. So I would think rook c8 is the most logical move, but actually white can also consider, well, bishop b6 I don't want to play actually. So rook c8 is something that black should be playing, I think. Bishop d4 is a question to me actually, whether this is something white would like to do. And after takes, white takes here, knight a4, and probably black would want to exchange queens with queen b6.
If rook a to c8 is such a natural move, why do you think Grischuk is spending this much time? Is there any other alternative that he's seriously considering?
There is also one other move which sometimes can be considered in this structure. For example, to play e6 with the idea of exchanging the pawns. And if white pushes d6, of course it's white to move and white can play e5. This would be a very bad idea. But let's say black can go e5, so break away the d and the e pawn from each other. And the white e4 pawn cannot support the d6. So
I definitely need glasses, but I believe Grischuk has played queen to a3, not rook to c8, not a pawn push, but the queen coming to a3.
Actually, it is an interesting continuation. Queen on a3 stands very well, in general speaking, because still keeps an eye on the c3 pawn, also covers the c5 square. And I think his plan is to go knight a4 in a later stage and really to attack very heavily the c3 pawn. The question is what he thinks, what is his plan after e5. Let's say, can black take anyway? And actually he can, because, or he can't, I'm not sure he can. e6, bishop takes a8, rook d2, bishop d2. Before from a5 he could go back to d8 and make a double attack. I don't know exactly what black would want here, because to take a pawn it's not going to be enough at all. So this is something that after e5, knight d5 is not an option for black. After e5.
So what can be the idea of black after e5?
After e5, let's say knight a4. But I think already d6 seems to be very unpleasant, even though white has a pin here on the d file. But this e5, protecting it with the f4 pawn, the bishop is really blocked completely. For the moment, in other hand, because let's say white cannot just play rook at d1 because black is taking and the c3 is possible to grab. So it's not so simple at all from white's point of view also. So e5, knight a4, but maybe d6 is too early from white's side. So for example, bishop d4 seems to be extremely strong, giving support to the e5, defending the c3, also giving an option for d6 later.
Yeah,
and
d6
also the
and then
d5 is
capture.
protected by the bishop on f3.
Yeah, that's a multi-purpose move, as Judith has described already, the many means that it's useful for. I'm really puzzled if black will have enough counterplay, because e5 seems to be such a natural move. And if knight takes d5 doesn't work, then it could mean trouble for Grishuk.
Well, I was also thinking, let's say e5, knight d5, bishop d5. Let's say, can black just simply move the rook with the plan of e6? And
Saying that white cannot get out of the pin on the d file.
after e6, this would be kind of winning, but I was thinking if queen d6. But it's not good. I mean, white can go bishop. I don't know. Or e takes f7, king f8. It's very hard to believe that this is something can work for black, to be honest. After bishop b7, black would be take, and rook b8. So both bishops are hanging. If it works, he's a genius. I don't know. To see this, I mean, I'm just trying to figure out, but it's very difficult to think if rook c8 is possible, or rook b8. Both are kind of an option.
I'm really curious what's going to happen if Magnus will go for e5, and if so, what is the idea of Grishuk? Well, they are thinking, let's switch to another game that has.
I know,
had a
sorry,
very
I just figured out that this is
sorry.
not good what
Yeah,
I want to play.
please show us. I didn't
No, it's just
see-
simply rook d1. And white is moving away, so my idea was over-optimistic, that's very clear. By trying to figure out what Alexander has in mind after e5. But okay, let's come back when we have a move here.
Indeed, I was going to switch to the Dingley-Ren Fabiano Caruana game, because that started with a very exciting pawn sacrifice in the opening, an opening novelty by Dingley-Ren. Yesterday it was Fabiano who came up with an interesting novelty against the Najdorf of Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. It wasn't the opening that gave him the point, but he did put pressure on the Frenchman and he won in the endgame.
Well, it's also tricky whether it did not give him the point. That gave a very hard time in the beginning of the game.
That's what I'm referring to, the pressure.
The pressure and what Maxime had to live through in the opening, it was not funny for him.
When I asked him about it, about the novelty and how he felt about the game, he said that it was disappointing that he didn't get much out of it, but and in the end, the result was good. So, and it's all connected. So the pressure he put on Maxime in the opening counted for the rest of the game.
Actually, it happens many times that you have a great opening, you put a lot of pressure on the opponent, he sneaks out, some way or another, but at the end, again, you win the game. There are so many scenarios like this.
Yeah. And when
happening.
you think that you have survived already
Yes.
the worst, and you just
leave.
calm down a little bit, that may be the moment when you make a mistake because you think that the worst is over.
Yeah. Okay, so what has happened? I left in the beginning.
Yes, let's go back to the
somewhere.
moment we saw in the opening.
Well, that was quite a long time ago. It was back here when actually Dingley Wren offered a pawn, and I think there was some move made, so it's automatically going to that position. So let's go to the very end. We have Rook B1. Actually, I like White's position a lot, even though he has
that
2
knight
pawns
on
down.
c5 looks great, but yes, when did he give up that pawn? So it's one pawn.
It was something like, if we go back, it was knight c6, knight takes c6, b
Oh, I mean,
c6.
I forgot this already from the very beginning. I've just summed up that in the opening, Dingley Wren sacrificed the pawn.
Okay.
So he didn't get it back
No,
ever
it
since,
seems like
right?
it's not that he got it back, but he gave another one up.
Oh,
He gained back one with queen f6, it seems.
and then
Rook g8, knight c3. This is very beautiful for white. It's very unpleasant to play it with black, I must say. Rook c1, king f8. I can't really say going into safety because g7 pawn is missing, but okay. Knight e4, bishop e8. Well, the hope for black is that his defense is extremely strong around the king. Knight c5, queen a5, queen e3. So here, actually now it's a balance, equality in pawns. Queen takes a2. In desperation, he takes a pawn, just in case. Bishop e4, rook g7, and rook c2 was played. Only move is queen a5, rook b1. Actually, very difficult position for Fabiano, I believe.
so it's a pawn up
Very
for the
difficult.
world champion challenger, but you say that White's position is better because of the activity of the pieces, this knight on c5, the vulnerable black king, the pawn structure of black 2 is
It is very
terrible.
difficult. I mean, the pawn, the bishop on e8.
Looks like a pawn on the back rank if it was even legal.
Well, it's a great defender, I understand, but it's very difficult to take this piece seriously as a full piece, right? I mean, e7 bishop is powerful, but the e8 is only for defensive purposes. I wonder if rook g5 is possible now to somehow get rid of the knight on c5. Because White's idea is very clear. He wants to go to the 7th rank and put extra pressure. But maybe after rook g5, White just goes queen d4, or I'm seeing something very wrong. Because
Makes a lot of sense to aim for
possibly,
queen h8.
yes, but I think black can just take it
And
and
goes
rook
back with
g8,
the rook.
yeah. I thought king e7 and then rook b7 kind of things happen. So after rook g5, I wonder what was the plan for White, because after rook b1, he has to have something. Maybe he just wants to come knight d3, possibly keep an eye with queen d4 option, and anyway he wants to go rook b7. Actually, the queen on e3 is very powerful, looking in both directions, just in case. So, as now, rook b5 is not possible because suddenly White would give checkmate.
Yeah, so the black rook cannot leave the black king behind.
Black played queen c7. Well, actually, I think black made a full best defensive setup for himself, and the best he can do is just sit and wait and be alert that whatever happens, that he's aware of things. Actually, probably black wants to go to e5 with his queen.
The queen would be nice on e5, and that makes it more difficult for White to start an attack.
I believe queen c3, that's why queen c3 might be not a bad try. But
Prevent
maybe
queen
black would
e5.
be just going takes, and queen e7.
Yes, with that extra pawn in the pocket, you can aim for the endgame,
Yeah,
giving
it
back the
doesn't
c
look-
pawn.
It doesn't look so bad suddenly. Maybe I'm too pessimistic. That's also possible. But I would definitely prefer to play it with white, I must say. What happens if rook b7? If queen e5? f4, black would be... Actually, he can go to f6 also. I mean, the e7 is the heart of the defense of that. That piece is the huge defender. No, it will be definitely not so easy for white to make a real hit over Caruana.
But he's got some pressure on Fabiano, even though it's a pawn up for Fabiano, he's on the defensive side, and he's got less time as well. It's 43 minutes for Fabiano. We are moved 23, 17 more moves to be played before the increment. No, this isn't going to be that much of a time pressure. It's more about the position.
It's more about the position for the moment, yeah.
Let's have a look at the leader of the tournament, Shahryar Mammadov, facing Levon Aronian. Aronian had a great chance of beating Magnus Carlsen yesterday in the classical game. He missed a couple of opportunities, not one moment, but a couple of moments.
And actually a couple of beautiful moments. There were different, very nice tactical opportunities.
So that must have been very painful for the Armenian. We shall see whether he can recover from that. It's not easy to forget that you had the world champion in your hands. And how do you just recover from not getting the 2 points, which he would have won for the classical game, but only making half a point since he drew the classical game and then went on to lose the Armageddon. It's a huge difference between 2 points and half a point, plus the psychological part.
Yeah, yeah. You know, it's definitely very difficult to get over on such a game what he had yesterday, having these multiple opportunities of winning, and after all beating the world champion, the highest rated player in the tournament. So what do we have here? A lot of things happened. I remember we were in the middle game somewhere here, around f5, where black was playing very energetically, and c5 was played. I see d takes c5. It's a pawn sacrifice, but black was not taking it immediately. Knight e6, bishop c4, pinning the knight, rook d8, and actually this was an interesting material exchange, giving up 2 rooks for the queen. And these are very tricky positions, I must say, because it's a different color bishop situation. So for example, if the pawn would be on f4, that would be very difficult, very different for white, because the white square bishop can be very powerful. I can't even say with which color I would be playing. Probably at first I would be prefer to play it with white, but I'm not sure at all whether I'm right on this. Rook d1 came back to safety, and then black took on c5, rook e1. Interesting, he's defending the pawn. This I wouldn't do, I think. That's a strange
You think it's too
strategy.
passive to bring back the rook?
Yeah, I mean,
to liberate the bishop.
In other hand, I understand that the rook on d8 is kind of alone, so actually queen f6 can be kind of a threat, and you want to have connected rooks. But I'm still kind of surprised that he considered as the best option in this position. So rook d1, b takes c5. It's already nice for black, I believe, that he has a passed pawn. Bishop d2. Well, if white has the time to consolidate with bishop c3, king f2, bringing his rook to d1, double it, rook d4, rook d1, etc., then it's extremely difficult for black to defend. So that's why black played g5, because he's immediately wants to look for counter chances and really, as soon as possible, open up the diagonal for the bishop. Yeah. It's interesting how it will be, because g4 is a very strong threat by black. I like it very much. I think g5 is a great move.
In the end, then you wouldn't pick white, especially after the rook coming back to e1.
Yeah. Somehow after the rooks are back on the first rank, I think that black has more activity, and for the moment I don't see how white will be in time with all his ideas. It's a very interesting endgame situation right now. Let's go to Vasil Legrave against Anand.
Yes, we
Let's
have
see what
abandoned this
happened.
game a while ago. many moves have happened since we last looked at this game. Maybe we can scroll back a little bit, see where the queens disappeared. E5 was the last moment we checked.
Yeah, d takes e5 we were considering, and I see Vichy took with the knight, takes, and then he went queen e8, interestingly enough. Queen e8, because taking advantage of the situation that it's a pin. White played knight d4, queen e5, and they entered into an endgame where it's equal material, but it's tricky. You have to be careful actually with both colors, I think. I'd prefer to play it probably with white, slightly preferring. Rook e8, bishop a4. It seems to me a pretty nice move, as if black keeps control and defend the e5, then white would go rook d1, which would give some unpleasant moments for black.
Oh, we have a handshake, so let's catch up with actually the final position.
Ah, okay.
This is the first classical game to finish, and then the row shall be a draw and an Armageddon.
It's just on the way in 15 minutes.
The final position
Or
is the
the late.
following one.
This is the position. They just exchanged the black bishop. It was king f1, and black played bishop c5, bishop c5. And actually they can offer a draw, right, after move 30.
Yes, they can.
So this was the moment in move 32 that white, Vasil Agrave, offered a draw after exchange, because it's a very balanced position. Black has a great knight, 4 pawns on the king's side. White has 3 pawns on the king's side, and 1 pawn on c4. But it's there is not real progress can be made with either of color. Actually, it's they just thought that they saved their energy for not spending time on playing out more moves.
The Armageddon is going to be very exciting, also from the perspective that both of these players, we were describing that Vachier and Anand had a rough start. They lost yesterday their classical games. That's painful enough. And also the first day, even though they drew in the classical game, they both went on to lose in the Armageddon. So they have half a point only out of the first 2 days. Not a good start in terms of the experience either with the Armageddon format. And losing in classical is painful in itself.
But you know, it seems like whatever happens, it's painful for them.
I know, I was going to say, the continuation is one of them will keep on losing.
But it's not only that. I just realized that if you lose in a classical game, I mean, after all the chess players consider, of course, that classical game is more serious, right?
Yeah.
And it's also counted for rating.
Definitely.
So if you lose a classical game, it's painful enough because it's classical, you lose your rating and you get 0 point.
Yeah.
If you go to the playoff, then it means that it's going to be very painful, but at least it's not rated to the classical game, but at least you get half a point.
Yeah. Yes, one would think that maybe the players could be more solid in order to prevent that, but yesterday, for instance, what happened to Vichy was strange from a perspective that he was the one trying to push in the endgame against Shahryar Mamedyarov, and then he collapsed. He lost the thread, and he even blundered a double attack at the very end of the game. In terms of the colors, what we're going to see at 7:45, so the Armageddon game between Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Vichy Anand will be at 7:45, and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave will have the white pieces, 10 minutes versus 7, but Vichy with the draw will get the full point. And I'm just looking at the round 1 Armageddon where we had the same colors. Vachier lost, having the white pieces against Yu Yangyi. He had to play for a win, and out of the opening he didn't get anything, so he pushed and he lost the game. And Vichy had the black pieces against Magnus. He couldn't defend it. He got into trouble right out of the opening. Remember that capture on e5.
After 15 moves, it was extremely difficult for him.
So now they have the same colors with which they lost the first day. It doesn't mean anything statistically, but they are humans, and they do remember that so far their experiences here weren't very good in terms of the Armageddon and the tournament in general. That's going to start at 7:45. Remember, in just 15 minutes.
Yeah, so they have to, well, they didn't have a very complicated game to recover, kind of. It's more that they have to switch to Armageddon mode, their brain. In the meantime, actually, we have a very interesting move played by Magnus Carlsen against Grishchuk. And he played h4 after queen a3. He was not bothering thinking about e5. He wants to give a headache for black, and actually Grischuk is spending his time crazily. He has only 23 minutes
That's way too much.
for 23 moves.
This is what they should not do, and they know it. Grischuk knows that he shouldn't spend this much time, but he cannot not do it.
It's difficult when you have a difficult position. Should you make a mistake because you're in a rush, or you say that I think and then I leave the time problem for later? So it is a very big challenge, and it is very tricky that when they are sitting in such a situation, comparing to this tournament to others, he would think that he has to make 23 moves on 22 minutes, plus after that they get some time. But now he will not have real time. He's going to get only 10 seconds, which is not going to be enough for anything, while Magnus has an hour, and I don't think he will spend too much time until move 40 himself.
Yeah. What I see from here is the TV2 broadcaster screen, and they have a very interesting feature that's the probability of each result. And according to their evaluation right now, the most likely outcome of the Carlsen-Grischuk game is a draw. As far as I can tell, 82% that it would be a draw if looking at this position, 11% that white wins, and 7% that black wins. I hope that I'm translating that well, those numbers, but that definitely is because of the evaluation of the position. It's a complex position.
Well, if we would ask Magnus what is his percentages on this game,
I was going to
say, it
say,
would be different.
He's got time advantage, he's got a lot of pressure.
Huge time advantage.
So the combination of this position and the time advantage and the confidence of Magnus and that Grischuk is coming from the first two rounds, that all adds up to, I think, quite a good percentage for white winning this game.
And it's very difficult to play it with black. I mean, there are so many alternatives to consider that now from the other side, it's not only the center, now he's distracting his thinking with h4. I like the move, actually. It's not that I understood why not e5, but it happens, and I think Magnus is very good in this because he's such a sportive athlete in this that he wants to win. And he does everything that he wins, and he's doing the psychological fact that h4 was, I'm pretty sure, was not the first move, at least to say, the least to say, it was not the first move what Grischuk was counting on. So when you're dealing with calculating the very obvious moves, e5, rook d1, bishop d4, different moves, and then while you're calculating and trying to use your time while your opponent is thinking, and suddenly you receive a move like h4, then you have to start again, reconsidering the whole position again.
Yes, that's the problem. It's a
so
very good tactical choice.
Yes, it's a psychological, very, very strong move, but actually I like the move itself as well. Because actually there was no rush for Magnus to go e5.
It's still
from
in
this
the
point
air.
of view. Well, the question is actually whether e6 is good, because the queen is controlling this diagonal, so white cannot go d6. This is the main question at this point. Whether what happens if black goes e6?
That's certainly something that Magnus has analyzed before pushing h4.
Maybe he just wants to go h5 and he doesn't care. And if he takes d5, then actually,
e5?
well, e5 is something to be considered, but I think also possible just to simply take back.
And claim that
And
black
then maybe
has
he
nothing
later
here.
on he also wants to go f5.
Yeah, if he can just take back and then continue the kingside attack, it makes even more sense. I thought he was gonna sacrifice the pawn.
No, I completely understand your try with e5, to be honest.
I'm just inspired by your sacrifices. Now I want to sacrifice too.
To block the bishop on g7
Yeah.
is something very much you want to do, but I'm just not sure that if black can somehow give
with that
back.
pawn mess, 3 versus 1. Maybe dangerous, yes.
I don't know, somehow you want to give back all these pawns, but I'm not sure at all that it's sound. It is sound from black point. Maybe c3 is possible. The problem is white is just going bishop d4 and controls not the c4 square, but the c3.
Yes, if there's nothing concrete, then white is doing very well. But certainly both seem to be possible.
Actually, after e6, also bishop d4 seems to be very strong.
I think we will have another confession from Magnus Carlsen, or they are replaying.
And he's smiling
his
again.
message.
Look at his face. He's just smiling, laughing.
Do you think it's a new one, or they are replaying the one dedicated to his second,
No,
Peter
this was
Heine
the-
Nielsen?
yes.
So
Yeah.
basically, Magnus went into the confessional after the opening and gave a shout out to his second, Peter Heine Nielsen. Grandmaster Peter Heine was here yesterday, and Magnus said that Peter Heine predicted the King's Indian, and he called him a clown. And now they have some tweets about a clown. I see that the TV2 broadcast is also having a great time. Before we continue with this game and the Armageddon, that's gonna start in just 9 minutes. We'll have a short break, and then we are back with the rest of the analysis and some more fun in terms of the Armageddon game that we are about to witness. We will be back in a few minutes. Don't go anywhere.
Hvis dere kan bli forelsket i New York, så faller dere også for HTH sin nyhet New York. Med de svarte metallrammene og det industrielle utseendet. Da er det bra at vi har ham her. Han hjelper dere. Og hvis dere ikke vil montere det selv, så har vi også han her. Og før dere vet ordet av det, har dere et nytt kjøkken. I kult design og med smarte detaljer. Smart, ikke sant? Det er kjøkkenkjærlighet som holder.
Er du klar?
5 sekunder.
E4,
D6,
D4,
D5,
springer C3, springer slår E4, dronning D8 sjakk, løper G5 sjakk,
konge C7,
løper D8 matt,
over og ut.
Welcome back, everybody. This is round 3 of the Altivox Norway Chess Super Tournament, and we are about to witness the start of the first Armageddon game of the day between Maxim Vachier-Lagrave and Vishy Anand. The two didn't have a very good start to this year's edition of the Norway Chess Super Tournament. They have half a point out of the possible 4 points, and Maxim Vachier-Lagrave has to win with the white pieces. That is the sudden death Armageddon system. 10 minutes for white, 7 minutes for black, and there's an increment only from move 61. Judith, your thoughts on what's gonna happen? Lottery.
Actually, I have the feeling that they are both pretty balanced and focusing only on this game. They don't think about what happened in the first 2 rounds. And today's game, it was pretty much balanced, so they can't complain, either of them, what has happened in that game. And we see the same opening. Actually, they are repeating it, so what they just have been played. But I think white deviated, played d3 and not d4. So black just played h6. It's always a useful move, generally speaking, against bishop g5 and knight g5 kind of things. So now the first moment that actually Vachier-Lagrave, Maxim, started to think. And he just made a move, I don't know, rook e1, or what did he? Rook e1. Yeah. So after all, in a later stage, I'm pretty sure he will want to go d4, black castled.
He took on b5 and then on a8. Bishop takes.
And we'll see if d4 will be coming now, or knight d2 first, and then first he wants to regroup his classical way of playing it, these kind of structures. Also a question whether white should be playing h3 or no for the moment, because if knight d2, knight g4 is an opportunity for black to play, and then it forces black for white to go back with rook f1 and then play h3. So let's see what was the decision? Knight h4.
Heading toward the f5 square, a typical maneuver in the Rui Lopez and Jacopiano
I
openings.
think bishop b7 should be...
Knight a5 was played by
a5.
Vishy, and after knight f5, a trade on
Knight
b3.
takes b3. It's interesting that white gave up the white square bishop after knight a5 by playing knight f5.
Yes, it wasn't forced.
It was not forced at all, and now black played bishop c6. It's not only defending the d5, but also sometimes he can go bishop d7 and possibly take the knight on f5. But the main idea, I think, generally to take on b5. d5 will be a strong possibility with white. I see that Anand is very much into this game, and he's very, very, very much wants to score.
As you mentioned, they are not thinking about the previous 2 days. They are here in the moment.
No, and we shouldn't forget that draw is enough for black to take the victory of today. And from this point of view, he has an easier task, and he's a fast player, let's say it. He's playing a position which he's very familiar with, and generally speaking. Now knight b5 is not possible, it seems, because queen b8, and it would be a pin on the b file, and after c4, c6, and white would be on treble. So for the moment, bishop d7, as we were discussing and talking about it, I mean, at this level, it is very hard in some point for Maxim to win this game, because Anand is a very, very stubborn, tough person to play against with white. If he wants to make a draw, it will be very difficult to break his position.
And he's also a very fast player, as you mentioned. The time advantage is diminishing. It's just a minute and 13 seconds. Bashir started with an extra 3 minutes. Now it's only a minute up for white and the complex position.
And he was one of the players who believed in the fact that the white is an advantage in the Armageddon.
Maxim said so.
He won the Blitz tournament. With this, he had the choice whether he wanted to play with white pieces or the black pieces more times. And for the moment, until this point, it's he could not prove it that it is really favors white.
Indeed, and he didn't only choose 5 games with the white pieces and 4 with the black pieces, but he also could look at the other numbers and see against which player what color he would have. So he ended up choosing white against Magnus Carlsen and white against Vichy Anand.
Vichy is very much taking everything under control. He's absolutely not in danger. I'd prefer playing this position with black. It's full symmetrical. He got rid of the white, get rid of the A pawns. He got rid of the B pawns just now, and it is also very easy kind of position to be playing it with black in principle. Okay, there's one thing that white wants to play D4 at some point. So, for example, Queen A7 might be also interesting in this position, maybe to play that. But it's not the only possibility. Even taking on E3 might be consideration, to be honest. Queen A7, Queen F3. Well, D4 is not going to be part of this game, most likely, at least for now.
Very much on the control. Rook B8 was the last move of Vichy.
White has to be thinking of moving the knight and somehow put pressure on H6. I don't know, maybe playing G4 or do something crazy, because black is really having a very nice game. He wants to go to the first rank to make some unpleasant situation for white.
Bishop D2 and Queen A2 already posing questions on the second rank for white's pieces.
And black wants to go Rook B1, exchanging rooks. Definitely Vichy is playing for good game, but he doesn't mind the draw, right? Because it gives him the 1.5 point for today.
6 minutes left for Maxim Vachegrov and 4 minutes 43 seconds for Vichy Anand. He's been playing extremely fast. The rook appeared on B1. As Judith mentioned, the trade is favoring the situation of black, that he's got draw odds.
Well, now there is an immediate threat actually after knight F1, bishop H6. So this is something, well, we can say maybe for the moment the only problem black can get.
The bishop appears on B5.
Yeah, because now with bishop H6, black wants to take bishop C4 and queen E4, taking the central pawn. Actually, it gives black a huge advantage. Bishop B5 is a very good move, very unpleasant for white. And I see very slim chance that actually black is probably having a huge advantage right now. I didn't understand why knight F1 was a must.
Bishop
That
takes
was the problem.
H6, still played by Maxime. We are expecting the line that Judith already discussed. Bishop takes C4, D takes, and the pawn will be captured on E4.
Well, now knight E4 is just at least as good as queen E4, but I'm expecting queen E4 at this point.
Queen takes.
According to the body language also, I see that Vichy is so much focused that he cannot lose this match.
The bishop was moved back to G5 and the trade
Queen
happens
F3.
on F3, which leaves white with a horrible pawn structure, double pawns on the C file, on the F file, and all of them are isolated, all 5 pawns.
Well, this is at this stage move 30. Black has nearly 4 minutes. White has 5 minutes. Such a bishop in C5. Now C6 will be played, or bishop B6. Both are actually excellent.
This is just a wonderful endgame for black to have. He would probably not even need the draw odds, but so far 3.5 minutes left
Actually,
for
black
Vichy.
played knight
Five-
b6, which
Knight b6.
I'm not sure I would agree with this
Trade
move.
the c7 pawn for the c4 pawn.
Knight
Bashir-
a8. Knight d2 was played, and
he
black
played
played
knight
knight a8.
d2.
Yeah, the idea is very simple. Black wants to go f6 and trap the bishop. So white has to go back with his bishop to h4 or g5, and after that black can go f6. Actually, it was a blunder. Knight b3. Oh no, sorry, we go back. Knight b3, f6. Now white will be taking the bishop, takes bishop e7. Knight b6, bishop c5, knight c4 is on the board. Black is going to be marching with his king. So it's a full professional attitude by Vichy that he is not giving any practical chances, but it's very hard to imagine how white can have chances.
Even after h4, he pushed g6 to make sure that all his pawns will be on light squares. And the game is over. That is the full point for Vichy Anand. This is a draw, but he has had the control of the game for the whole time. Very quick play by Vichy Anand, and he had no problems during the game.
I think for psychological purposes, to play against Vichy, to have a must-win situation is maybe the most difficult in this tournament if you think about against anybody else. Of course, Magnus is there, but Vichy is so stable. I mean, if he wants to make a draw, he just stands there and makes a draw. And this is what he really showed in this game also. And maybe the opening choice was not perfect from Maxim, because to play the same system which did not work for you just before, maybe it would be better to unbalance, try to unbalance, let's put it that way, because you cannot unbalance such a players so easily, but maybe it would be an option to play something else. But it's very difficult that if you made your preparation for the classical, and probably Maxim knew it very well that there is a very good chance it's going to be a draw, the classical game, then probably he had the mindset that he goes for it again.
In the Armageddon.
But hopefully we are going to have
I'm
some
sure
of the
we'll
players.
be joined by either Vichy or both players. Maxim was very kind to join us even though he lost both days. He came to join us after his loss in the Armageddon game against Yu Yangyi, and yesterday too he joined us together with his opponent Fabiano Caruana. So he may be joining us. He's one of those few players that even though he loses and it must be painful and disappointing, he is very sportive and also kind with his time and to the audience. Telling us about his thoughts. I don't know how he's feeling. Probably this was too much even for him. And we will then have the former world champion Vichy Anand joining us in a few minutes.
We have another game finished. I see Mamedyarov and Aronyan, and white lost.
Oh, that's a game we should show, the last couple of moves. You did say that you didn't like when the rook came back.
I'm curious. I think if Vichy would come here, I will ask his opinion. If I judged it completely wrong. But white just simply allowed everything for black, strangely enough. It was g4, the long diagonal was opening up.
And now that you mentioned that you wanted to ask Vichy, I think we will be joined by the former world champion. Congratulations. We welcome the 15th world champion in the studio, Vichy Anand, who has won his match against Maxim Vachier-Lagrave. Vichy, tell us about the classical game and then going into the Armageddon with the black pieces.
The classical game, he played something that I hadn't really considered, AB5 right away, so we get that game.
Yeah.
Yes, and knight a3, knight e4. Here I thought rook e1,
Yeah, that's what I
d5, rook
thought.
e4, d4, knight
Yeah.
g5, but computer says queen f6 is much better for black.
Really?
Yeah, I was finding it hard to evaluate this because it's very complicated. If I play f6 and all, I don't like it so much. But and I thought rook f8, knight h7, queen h4, knight takes f8, ed4, and I was considering such moves. But the computer has a certain simplicity that. But still, bishop f7, bishop d5, then knight takes e4. It's scary for black.
Yeah.
But anyway, I'm just telling you what the evaluation was. It's, the computer likes black. Yeah.
And
So-
here after castle.
Yeah,
I was
queen e2, knight
wondering-
f6.
After d takes e5, you cannot take with the pawn?
I could. I was finding it. First of all, there is bishop g5, h6, bishop f6, queen f6, bishop d5, and then I have to play knight d4. I will have to is too strong, but I think this is actually
But you can
simplifying.
go to d8 also, no?
Then queen
Queen
e4.
e4.
And next move even c4, and I can get stuck.
Yeah, that's true.
If sorry, cannot play queen e7 because I just take on c6. So
Okay, so knight d4.
yeah,
And then you
and
give
this
up
should
the
be
pawn,
okay.
but it's okay. It's full
Yeah.
compensation, I guess.
I could have done this, and after d5, I simply wasn't sure what he was going to do. Knight e5 is a mistake because of queen e7,
Yeah, this is
bishop
what we were
f4, and
looking.
knight d7, and I'm
Okay.
simply probably winning material. But anyway, knight e5 I thought was also equal.
Yeah.
He played, queen e8. I don't know, but d5 looks very promising
I
if he
was
takes.
thinking about this.
So
yeah.
queen e5, rook e8,
Yeah.
and now queen
Queen
f4.
f5. Queen f4, and if rook e4, rook g4?
Well, then you play
Queen d2 only move?
queen d2, and actually white still has g3. So rook g4 is incredibly strong if I keep queens, but if I don't keep queens, then
But
he
can't you
consolidates.
just go queen e8 now and compensation, or
Knight
queen
d4?
e7?
I mean, this will speak up.
That bishop.
Look, I'm not complaining about the position, but it seemed a bit speculative, and I wasn't sure if I should go for all this. And I liked queen e8,
Yeah.
but then he found this knight f3, and so after knight f3, I could play knight g4.
It seems like you're not in danger at all.
No, in fact, for briefly, I thought I might be better.
You might be playing for more.
Because h3, then I go knight f2, rook f2, bishop f3, g f3, rook a8, king g2. Obviously, rook
and
a1.
rook a1, rook b1.
And now bishop d2. And if the pawn is on h2, I can actually try rook,
Rook
h1. But he goes
But-
rook b1 and then king e2.
Anyway, you can go rook h1,
Yeah.
no?
Sorry, now bishop d5. Rook
And
takes
king
b2,
e3.
king e3. I value this position as that black is in no danger, but I couldn't tell if I'm actually better or not, and is it worth going for this. But then I saw after knight g4 simply knight d2, and I couldn't see exactly how to proceed. I mean, if I play e4,
E4,
then he
E3,
goes,
knight
well,
C4.
e4 I can do.
But knight c4.
Knight c4, bishop d5. I mean, black is fine in a couple of
In
ways.
every way,
But I can
yeah.
play knight b6, bishop b3, knight d7, knight
Knight
c5.
C5.
But black will play some bishop c4 and f5, and
Yeah.
it should be equal.
Yeah.
So I thought it was a decent game. Rook e8, bishop a4, and suddenly I have to make this awkward move c6.
Yeah, c6 is not nice. Bishop a4.
So maybe
I
rook
like.
e8 was a mistake. Maybe knight
Yeah.
g4 is just better then. But anyway, I think the damage is not significant.
Yeah, I mean, it was not nice that you had to play c6, that's clear.
Yeah, I didn't do it with a lot of pleasure, but
Yeah.
somehow I will put my bishops sit. I mean, the best he can get is some sort of 2 bishops versus 2 bishops and a b-passed pawn. But even that, it's not clear that white is winning, because if I have pushed
Yeah.
my pawns fast enough, f5
Yeah.
or something,
Yeah.
then still things can happen.
Knight
So
d2. Well, knight d5 and you're
knight d5.
just fine. No?
Yeah, I
There
mean
is no real
c4 surprised
danger.
me, but even though it's not like I see a clear way for him, because after knight f4 I'm just killing it. So c5 and knight d3 and bishop b6 and everything is over.
Yeah.
In fact, after king f1,
Actually, it's a nice,
bishop
very
c5.
comfortable, no?
Yeah, I mean I even briefly considered if I could continue this position, but
Yeah,
thought
I
it's a
said
bit
that.
much.
Well, it's draw.
I mean, in theory, black should continue.
be playing, yeah, but you didn't want to waste your energy because you didn't think that
I
you
didn't
can
really
win, right?
think I'm winning, and I wanted to kind of get to the Armageddon rather than drag this out any longer. So
Speaking of the Armageddon, you had a 20-minute break. What do you do in between the classical game and the Armageddon to switch your brain to the different time control?
well, first of all, it's only 15 minutes, and so my second Gayevsky came, and we went out a little bit, well, to clear the head, and then I realized that in something like, in something like 12 minutes, I had to go to my room, open the computer, quickly see what he might look, which line I should, because I thought the best is to repeat, and then come back down and play it. So that's kind of what happened, and
Were you
yeah.
surprised that he repeated the opening?
I mean, we don't have much time to think. I mean, on the first day, on the first day they offered us this chance to all of us to play at 9, but this will also drive you crazy. So,
But this is
majority of
also
the
more
players, the
fair.
majority of players opted for the 15-minute break and get it
Yeah.
over with. And
But this way, it's equal for everybody. That
no, of
no
course. But the
matter-
point is,
Yeah.
what do you exactly think? In fact, even if you go and check your computer, what are you going to find in this 10 minutes? And
It's more to calm yourself down that you check a few variations, even though.
well, no. The thing is, I've given him a clear target. He can check something and come back. So you have to evaluate your risks. But anyway, it worked out well for me. The Armageddon game, I managed to be very solid, and that was good.
It seemed like you had the full control from the very beginning till the end. You played very quickly and you had no problems.
Well, I was trying to keep it to liquidate as much as possible. So I was very happy that I got this trick.
Yeah, you
After
were-
knight h4, I got this trick because now I'm threatening
Yeah.
knight takes
Knight
e4 and queen
e4.
h4,
Yeah. That
and he doesn't have time.
F5
He doesn't have
That's
time
the
for. He
bishop
doesn't have
Yeah.
time for b4
Yes.
because
Not here and nor after G3.
g3, and I have
F6.
queen f or even bishop f2 check
Yeah.
already. So I get rid of the bishop, and then here I think I'm already slightly better because I'm going bishop d7 and queen a8 and all those good stuff.
What
And
did-
then I think it's, I mean, it's nerves. I mean, I played so badly in my first Armageddon that,
yeah, he
you
didn't
know,
have
take it.
really
But,
chances.
well,
no
queen b8
practical
because now he can't
chances.
go knight c2 because of bishop e6, and then everything is gone again. So after this already I felt very safe. I mean, suddenly we're actually in a blitz game where my position's easy to play, and I have 6
Yeah,
minutes
you
or
were
5
not
minutes at
much
this
behind.
point. I mean, this is a full blitz game, and I already have a comfortable position, so it doesn't matter if he
You
has
have to draw.
7 minutes or thing. So, well, I mean, the danger is that you get some complicated position, but this was easy to play.
This is not exactly.
No.
Which- And what do you think, whether white or black is the color that it's easier to play?
I honestly, I would. I mean, so far I think it's easier to play black, but the score is so heavier for white at the moment. So I think also it's like Rapid. If you remember when it was introduced, nobody really knew what to expect. I think the same thing with this Armageddon. That only when we get to the third or fourth tournament we'll be able to draw some conclusions. Anyway, there should be hopefully some more Armageddon today.
For sure.
Oh, no, but already Wesley was better.
Although Wesley seems to be winning
Wesley
by
is
now, and I
winning,
think
and,
Lavon will be joining us because he won his classical game. I
Yeah.
just wanted to ask you if it was difficult for you to switch to today's game after yesterday's classical game, where you had the control and this team that you were playing for, trying to have an advantage in the end game.
Yes, yeah, it was really embarrassing, and I was slightly better. I mean, black is holding, but and then I started to see some nonsense, and I can't even. I mean, my original intention was rook a3, and I have no idea why I I played a3 because I saw something, and 2 moves later I realized I'm not getting anything that I saw. So kind of blackout, and obviously I was quite disgusted with that game.
But luckily you managed to get some sleep afterwards and you came to
Actually,
today's
no,
game
I
with a
didn't,
fresh head.
Well, the problem is here the shutters don't close completely, and I have 3 windows, and more or less every day I'm waking up at 4 because it's so bright already.
Oh.
I mean here it's almost daylight by 4 a.m. I think the best sleep I had was the one day that it was very cloudy. So in fact, sleep I did not get at all.
Did you have this problem in previous editions too? It's not your first time in Stavanger.
Yes, but I mean, it sounds absurd, but it literally matters how many windows you have in your room. So,
Have you tried to ask for a room without windows?
yeah, maybe I should have, but I didn't think about it, and then I've unpacked everything, and now I can't be bothered to put everything back and move to another room. Sure. I'm not even sure they'll give me another room anyway. So I'm stuck with these 3 windows, and that's terrible.
But a victory for today. So maybe you can sleep better.
Well, a point for today. I wouldn't really call it a victory, but
Yeah,
a point for
okay,
today,
yeah.
and obviously I'm satisfied with that.
We wish you the best of luck for the tournament and that you get a better sleep as well, because you will need some energy for the remaining rounds. And we also hope that you will be back for the chess chefs on the free day as the defending champion.
Well, you don't have to hope. I mean, it's our participation is obligatory, so I will be there. But it was difficult enough last year. Let's put it that way. So,
Good luck for that as well,
Sure.
and
And
for
have
the
a good
event.
rest.
yeah, thanks.
Thank you for being here.
We'll go for a quick break and bring Levon Aronyan into the studio to discuss his victory. Congratulations to Levon Aronyan for winning his game against the tournament leader, Shahryar Mamedjarov. Levon, before we go into the details of this game, how did you manage to forget what happened yesterday?
Well, it's not the first time I have been an idiot. So when it continuously happens, you kind of relax and you forget.
With experience,
Yes.
you learn how to forget quickly.
Yeah.
It was a pity because we really thought that you were going to beat Magnus. You had a very nice position, an extra pawn, and you were on your way to win the game.
I was, but then I started thinking too long and kind of trying to. The pressure was there, you know. I was trying to play extremely precisely. That's normally a wrong thing to do.
Which was the moment when you thought that
I
this
started-
might go wrong? Or
No, I started. I should have believed my gut feeling that the rook endgame is completely winning. At that moment, I think I spent like 8 minutes contemplating and saying, "Oh, this looks wonderful," and then I can even play the knight endgame because the knight captures on h5. And then I was like, "Okay, now I have to decide." So I decided. I went for it, and see, I was always thinking with A, B, C, B for some reason. And then I decided, oh, now I shouldn't take it. And then I should push my pawn. And then instead of g5 and rook g4, I went h5, which is ridiculous. Had I not been sitting there and just trusting my feeling that the rook endgame is winning, it's elementary to find this idea. I mean, generally you want to put the rook behind the passed pawn. Yeah, so it's pretty embarrassing.
But you did manage to sleep and prepare for today's game.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I checked this line that happened today. Okay, it's a playable variation for white. I think white can try, but it's very solid. Well, what black is generally getting, this is somehow, I mean, I know that you guys are Hungarian, but somehow this is like a Budapest gambit with 5 extra tempi. I don't want to insult the Budapest
Thank
gambit.
you.
But
We appreciate the comparison.
it is, in a way, because black gets this same position with the bishop on f4 with the knight on d7, and they're happy if they can get that. Yes, so... Okay, I think I checked this, but...
I have a question after rook d1. Does queen h4 was something you didn't want to do?
I thought he will just come
he
back.
will come back.
Yeah, and I'll have to come back anyway.
And you didn't want to try to repeat
And I
moves.
also didn't want to spend really time calculating g3.
I thought queen h3,
Yeah, I thought about this.
queen d7,
So bishop f3, knight g3,
Yeah.
and bishop g1.
bishop f1, queen f5, and you're forcing white.
Ah, yeah. So
queen
resign.
d7,
Yeah? So queen d7,
and knight f2.
knight f2. I think I was checking something like this in my thoughts. Yeah, but I thought anyway he was going to
Okay,
come
so
back.
queen h4 was just okay.
Because I thought d6 is generally something I want to do
Yeah.
eventually.
Okay.
Yeah.
So d6 and
f3, knight g5 is very logical. Now I was mainly thinking that he would go e4. But e4, you know, I have a comfortable
I thought you
position.
go f5 immediately.
I thought f5 is a bit imprecise, maybe. Because I allow some things like this.
Queen
Maybe some c5, you know? Because some queen e3 stuff, and queen d3 check.
Ooh. But okay, you go back knight.
Yeah, but then he takes on f5. It becomes kind of strange, yeah?
Well, knight e6.
Ah, no, 96 I can. Bishop c4. I might lose something. Yeah,
You go f4.
not that easy, yeah? Yeah, but I thought rook e8 is completely fine. Because
f5 is still in your
like
pocket.
queen e3, h6, and then f5 is coming. The only way you're going to stop f5 by making suicidal g4.
Yeah.
Which doesn't look that bad, but shouldn't work somehow.
Yeah. And
Taking on e4
f5.
will come, I
Yeah.
think. You did is kind of your position for black.
No, but you can go f5 anyway.
Yeah. Sack something
rook
and
f5.
mate, yeah. So, yeah, I thought b4 is kind of logical, rook e8.
I have a feeling that it's simply much easier to play it with the black pieces.
I wasn't sure.
No?
Because c5 is, he always has this c5 resource, which will equalize.
Actually, later on, if we move on in the game, a4, f5.
Okay, I could also do this, yeah.
Yes,
But
but
I
f5
thought-
is a very logical
I thought this is a bit
continuation.
lazy. I mean, I thought that this position is fine for black. But I thought this knight e6 is a bit lazy. I thought I'll calculate the c5 and then it should be fine for me.
But it should be, if we go to rook d8, well, a little bit further, when you exchanged queen for 2 rooks.
Okay.
What do you think,
But
or
here,
anything where you think
you know,
it was...
queen c4 looked very interesting. I was mainly considering queen c4. For example, if I take, I think he has a easy draw here if he wants. This I thought was going to happen. A check, and then bishop a3.
No, but white should be completely fine, no?
Yeah,
Still.
but he's probably not better. That's what I thought. Oh, maybe I have some rook e5 here. This I missed. Oh, I mean, but I thought this position is dangerous for white. Didn't you think
I was
so?
very surprised. After bc5, I thought rook d1, rook e1 was too passive.
Yes, I agree with you. But
I just considered, I was not sure that which color I would be playing. And I thought that white should be just playing, okay, bishop d2 now is a blunder.
Yes.
So you have to make something.
I thought about rook b1, something like rook
Yeah, go out, or I don't know, rook a3 maybe.
Yeah.
But somehow rook b1 is I don't know if you have a queen a2.
Yeah, I do all those. I
something.
do have all those things.
But he came back rook d1, rook e1,
He-
extremely passive.
He was trying to stabilize the position.
Yes, but then why
But,
didn't he do that with bishop d2 and c3? Why did he allow you to go to c2?
Yeah,
With your pawn.
but then came g5, no?
Yeah, it was excellent move g5. But
No,
what
because
about-
I have to take advantage of this bishop being misplaced.
it was
because-
just kind of a tempo problem.
It's one of
right?
these things I learned from, Dorfman's book. I mean, the book has many very strange thoughts, but one thought is very important. That is, if you have a strategical risk, you have to play fast. Definitely black has strategical risk, because once white's pieces come out, I'm busted. So at this moment, I have to think about some
But okay, here
some
he
ways.
could play, for example, rook b1.
But bishop c6, yeah?
And then bishop develops b2, for example, and goes to d4.
Yeah, this he
And
could
okay, you
do.
go g5, bishop d4. I mean, if he doesn't allow you to
G4, yeah, I think,
take it,
yeah.
queen e4, rook b2.
No, objectively, I thought that white should be more or less fine. I mean,
But actually, why does he have a problem with bishop on d4, rook f2, rook c1?
no, but wait.
controlling?
Yes, rook b1 is a good move. Yes, I agree with you. But it's not so easy to give this pawn. After all,
Can't I take it back with rook a1?
can you?
Even e4 can be a move, you know.
Yeah, e4 I can always close it and then put the bishop
But you're
on
not
b3
giving mate
and
already. Yeah, true.
a5
True.
quickly.
But still, you will. I don't know when you will queen.
I
There.
don't think you will take this pawn ever.
Bishop d4.
c5.
Well, even this you're not going to win, I guess. Are you? If I go take on a4,
Takes.
takes rook c4,
Takes.
takes f4, e2, queen e2.
Well, this is tricky.
I don't know. Maybe just bishop g7.
But I absolutely agree with you. He got demoralized.
No,
Well,
he just he came back and he became so passive.
Well, he told me that once he blundered this, of course, it's really difficult to
Ooh, and
consolidate.
c5.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, because at first, when I was looking at this from distance, I thought it's me who's blundering.
Oh.
Because king e8 and then takes on
takes on
a7.
a7,
But
but
king
king
e6,
e6.
yeah. King e6 is the move. And then I was thinking of
Queen
this.
b6.
But yeah, queen b6 and no mate. It's kind of weird. But
Nice.
I mean, it wasn't like I was sitting there and thinking that I'm better.
I had
but
the
this
feeling
was
that it's-
objectively correct play from my
I
side.
believe that simply it's more or less equal.
Yeah.
Actually, even this is an option to give up a pawn. What do you think about this? Just being active.
I thought about it. I thought about bishop b2, and I
I mean,
felt
activity. I think it was simply essential.
I was
for
thinking
white.
bishop b2. Okay, my safe option is this, just a draw.
Okay, fine.
Yeah, but I can also do this. Yeah.
King f2. But also rook d1 is not big risk for white.
Bishop c6. If this a4 pawn, it's all about this a4 pawn.
Okay, so king f2.
Yeah.
I mean, your king is also if my rook is on d8. If you move
No,
very much
sure,
your queen,
sure.
I go bishop c3, rook c1.
Yeah.
That's why I was not sure. I thought that it's pretty much balanced, but it's very dangerous for both colors. Probably
it's
for
harder
white,
to
it's
play
more.
for white.
Yeah, it's more dangerous. There are more risk, more blundering opportunities.
And I think once he blundered g5, then
no,
it
g5 was
completely
excellent.
paralyzed
Yeah,
him.
Yeah, yeah. This we
Because-
discussed when we saw g5. That probably white has to go e4, no? Don't you think so?
Yeah, this is the problem, see? The bishop is so misplaced that it gets under all the hits. Otherwise, he had to play e4. I thought
But
d4,
why is
g...
it such a big problem? Like,
Or queen d5, sorry, queen d5.
okay.
And I have f2 check. No, I thought about this. Maybe he
Yeah,
has
I
this rook
can
e7
still,
check, no? And maybe he draws some with a miracle. But...
But white could even, well, I don't know, if bishop e3, bishop f2 is an option.
Where? Ah, here. Wow. That's very tricky of you. But I don't know
But
if
okay,
it's-
rook a2 is possible.
I don't know if it's
Rook
a-
a2 was possible also.
here, rook
It's
a2?
not so easy to win. I
Yeah,
mean,
but it's kind of almost there, no?
Okay, this I wouldn't want to play with white.
No, but of course, bishop c3.
Yeah, he collapsed after he
Yeah.
blundered
Yes.
that rook d4, c5, I think. So
So it all started with the rook coming back, d1, rook d1, rook e1, that Judith was
it was
also
too passive.
evaluating as too passive, and then bishop d2. But a very nice game, Levon, and a nice comeback from yesterday, psychologically too.
Thank you, guys.
Congratulations. And before we let you go, I do want to know your opinion on the Carlsen Grishuk game, where Alexander Grishuk has
It's
5 minutes
only.
left. This is move 25, so he still has to play 15 more moves, but the position is also a disaster, just
Yes.
to add to the time pressure.
But wait, this is all considered to be decent for black.
He played bishop f3.
Why did he take so early?
This was the big question also.
I mean,
from
he
my
should
side.
play some rook move,
d8,
yeah.
rook something, no?
Yeah.
And he surprised, I think Magnus was also surprised by him taking. He took on f3, takes, and played c4. I thought after, if already you take, I thought to play b4, but I was kind of not happy for black.
No, but this before stuff never works in this.
But
This
c4,
Grunfeld.
okay, he went king, bishop e2 and f4 e5, what can you do?
Yeah. Yeah, he gave a whole tempo, which
Yes,
you
exactly.
cannot do it in Grunfeld.
In Grunfeld, in such a structure,
Yeah.
you don't throw away tempes, right? But he definitely wanted to play c4 and he wanted to avoid knight d4, I understand, but
Yeah, it's a strange decision not to play some rook move. Even, I don't know, even rook c8 might make sense. Because this bishop g4 is, okay. I can always meet with f5 at some point.
I think it was somewhere this point where Magnus went to the confessional booth, right?
I'm
Or
not
it
sure if
was a
he
little
went
bit
for a
earlier.
second time or...
No, once, the
about
first
the opening
time, yes.
a bit earlier.
Yeah, he was
called Peter
expecting-
Heine a clown.
Sorry?
He went to the confessional to say that his second is a clown.
Second is a clown. Oh, very nice.
He just gave a shout out to Peter Heine because Peter Heine expected the King's Indian and Magnus said it would be the Grunfeld. So he made a joke of his second.
Are we going to be surprised by you going into the confessional booth, or you don't know?
You know, I actually don't feel comfortable talking about during the game. It kind of breaks my concentration because I'm used to being silent and concentrating, and then I have to tell something.
But you're happy that you are here and you're sharing your thoughts on this game also.
But I told that to the organizers of St. Louis and also to some different organizers. I said, guys, if you want our confessions, then you have to have some prize
Oh,
for the best confession, you know? Something
then
like
you
that.
would be interested.
Then people
Then
have the
it's a
motivation. The competition. We're very competitive by nature, so
You
we
are.
need something like that.
So you gave the right inspiration, I think, to the organizers, so they will do something about it.
See?
Speaking of being competitive,
Because tomorrow, even when we're cooking, the heat
I was
is on.
gonna say, last year I saw a very motivated Lebanaronian to prove that he's the best chef among the top
And he
grandmasters.
failed miserably as he fails
You
in
tried.
everything else.
You failed. I thought it wasn't a bad team. You had to cook together with Maxime Verchelagrave, and both of you have some
I was overly
experience.
confident. Maxime has experience?
Well, I thought he does
I
cook
don't think so.
sometimes, and you cook.
He tells people that he cooks sometimes. Wait, what's happening? Bishop f7. Rook is on. Sorry, I thought king is on g1. Then bishop f7, queen d5. Knight
But
d6.
why not?
No.
Queen f5.
With king on h1 now.
But
so,
why not?
So what if you play king g6?
No, king g6 you go. That's and the king on h1 is not.
But this has to be a
g4.
mate. Yes.
Queen b7.
Wait. Do we have bishop h6?
When? This is the position, right?
No, after we take and queen d5, king g6.
But probably, why don't you just play this and rook g3?
Simple.
Which is rook here, but again,
Rook
knight
f3 looks nice. Rook f3 is a killer.
Oh, rook,
Yes. Slowly.
Magnus is
Knight
still
d3?
thinking, but it's a pleasant decision to take.
It's not so simple because here knight f2 and knight g4.
Okay. But wait, bishop f7 so doesn't win, huh? So we came to that conclusion? So king g6.
Well, this knight is good.
I can play bishop e3 and finish the game.
Why would you finish the game, rook h5?
Okay, take on c5.
Ah, sorry. Sorry.
Or g4. G4 is something you would enjoy playing, no? After rook h5.
G4 anytime, all the time.
That's it, folks.
f7.
So what's wrong with bishop f7?
So you go here, bishop e3,
Yes.
right?
Bishop f7 hasn't been played as far as I can see. Do we have a new move if you update?
Yeah.
He's
We have
using
bishop g3 and knight e6.
Okay.
Well, this is also
Yes.
doesn't look too bad.
Simple and effective.
Well, as a tradition on this hopeless note, I will part with you guys.
Thank you very much
Thank
for
you very
joining
much.
us, and good luck tomorrow in the cooking competition.
Yes, yes.
Have some rest for the rest of the tournament. Thank you.
One more time, Alexander Grishuk is down on the clock, but the position is the main problem here, where it seems that Magnus Carlsen has multiple ways to convert this into a full point. We shall see which one he chooses, but bishop to g3 to take on f5 with the rook seems to be very simple and effective at the same time, as we already mentioned, since what can black do about this?
Well, I have the feeling that maybe Grishuk will be giving up an exchange, possibly.
d6.
Or after rook f5, the question is whether can he go b4 for some counter chances. But the king looks very vulnerable, so probably some rook f7 should be killing. And rook f1, as bishop f6 would be losing to takes and queen h6. So with the clear mating attack here,
Beautiful.
bishop takes and mate. I mean, things are looking very dangerous and looks very bad from black side at this point.
Alexander Grishuk, unfortunately, it doesn't seem that he recovered from the first day defeat that he named as the top 3 most painful losses of his career, losing the Armageddon game to Levon Aronian. And when Peter Heine joined us yesterday, he was discussing Grishuk and how he thinks of Blitz and Rapid being equally important to him as classical games. So most of the top players would say, well, classical game, that's of course, the serious chess, the most important. But for Grishuk, the World Blitz and Rapid Championships matter just as much. And therefore, it may mean that the weight of the Armageddon game on him is even heavier.
Maybe. That's clear that he couldn't recover yet in the tournament, and today seems to be not the day that he recovers, but he'll have a free day tomorrow, like all the other participants. And
He can cook a nice hollandaise sauce.
And how he will be recovering after the free day. But okay, the game is still going on, and right now Magnus is thinking whether to take the pawn on f5, or does he have something even better than that? In the meantime, actually, the game Dingliren and Fabiano Caruana is going ahead, and there is a piece up for white.
Maybe we should check, when did that
Actually,
happen? When did that piece disappear?
One moment, let's go back just for a
Magnus
moment.
has played a move?
And yeah, rook f5 happened, and rook d6, which I said that I would consider that an exchange giving back can be kind of a hope, and now it doesn't seem like that black is not going to get mated. The problem is the material loss he had, but it can be some reasonable counter chances for black. Queen e3. He wanted to go out from the pin on the d file, what was right now, and of course white wants to go principal rook f1, and in some way or another put pressure over the f7 pawn. So there should be some tactical measures here from white side, I believe. And we shouldn't forget about the fact that actually Grishuk is running out of time. He has less than 4 minutes, and he's not going to get extra time, only 10 seconds after each move, but that's also only appears after move 40.
That means 10 more moves should be played by Alexander Grishuk to even start receiving the extra 10 seconds. I wonder if he will even make it to get 10 more moves in and not lose the game before that.
On the other hand, he's one of the best blitz players in the world. But,
3-time World Blitz champion against the 4-time World Blitz champion that Magnus Carlsen is, and the current World Blitz champion and classical champion, of course.
But we'll see now. Queen b6 was played, trying to exchange the queens, which actually the end game, if white would exchange the queens, which there is a very slim chance that it would happen, he would go queen g3, I think. And I think is it on the board queen g3 or queen f3 was played?
Queen f3?
I don't see it exactly. Yeah, the f7 pawn is in big danger for the moment.
We can briefly look at the Ding Caruana game in the meantime, where that piece has disappeared from the World Champion Challengers.
Yeah, I don't know what
position.
has happened, because at this point it seemed like black is kind of almost recovering, and then but all the pieces of white seem to be very active. Slowly Ding Liren could activate both of his rooks, which was very important from the point of view of they had some repetition of moves, and then queen f4 was played. a5, rook b8, takes, king f8, and it seems like this is what Fabi thought, that is the best chance to give away this king e7 he played. Maybe knight d6 he blundered.
It's a very scary position.
Knight e8, and here he considered that the best practical chance is not to take back, which after rook c6 and rook c8 would be probably a losing position. Also rook d6 would be a threat. So he went queen c5, knight g7, a4. For now, black has a very strong passed pawn, so there are great chances to have some counterplay, and the white knight, which is an extra at this point for white, cannot get out from g7 for the moment. So it is a big question that it seems like, at first it seemed like it's just a piece down, but it seems to me that it's not so simple for white how to save the knight on g7 at the same time to hold up the a pawn, because for example after queen b7 black would be just going king f8, trapping the knight. So white should be sacrificing, giving back the piece, or no, actually queen d7 is possible to play. But in any case, it's even I'm not sure if king g7, queen d8, a3, black is really getting near to the baseline. So queen goes to a8. It seems like probably winning for white, because white will be able somehow later when it's needed to control with the bishop the passed pawn. But after queen d7, maybe black can just go bishop e7 or something like that, and white has to go knight e8, but that will not be a help to stop the pawn. Probably knight e6, queen e6, something like this would be happening.
It's
and then bishop c4
very
is
exciting,
very
but I
strong.
think we should switch back to the Carlsen Grishuk game. It may be the very end for Alexander Grishuk, with the rook appearing on the h file and queen
actually
e4,
mate.
a handshake. At least we caught
game.
it.
Yeah. Well, nice game by Magnus, and not a very good game by Grishuk. Not a very good fight, because already in the opening phase of the game we can say that he made a decision which was actually seemed to be not right.
Yeah, it was a dubious decision to take on f3 without being provoked to take on f3.
Yeah, and so it was not the greatest fight he could give. I'm pretty sure that he is waiting the tomorrow's rest day. I'm not sure he's waiting desperately the cooking part of it, but maybe that will give a great push to him in some respect, because once you have such a bad start in a tournament, you have to
You need to
change
break it
completely,
somehow.
and get away from the routine. But of course, it is a very difficult situation for him in many ways.
Yeah.
And today's game did not help for his mood and situation in the tournament.
So this means 2 points for Magnus Carlsen, and with that he will be the sole leader unless Yu Yangyi can win his classical game, which seems unlikely. Yu Yangyi and Magnus Carlsen were shared second, and Shakhriyar Mamedov, the leader of the tournament before today's round, he lost today to Levon Aronian. So for now the standings would be Magnus Carlsen in first place, clear first, followed by Levon Aronian. We still, of course, need to see the rest of the results, but so far looking great for the world champion, heading into tomorrow's rest day with a clear lead. He will be joining the TV2 studio, and we hope that after visiting the Norwegian broadcast, he will also join us. Today, it may be the day, because finally he didn't finish after 5 hours of fight, so he may be ready to join us as well.
Okay, in the meantime, Fabiano actually probably is in trouble, it seems, as White could reach Queen B3 and White played G4 in order to go back with the Knight to G5, H5, and if Black would be going Queen G5, Knight goes, actually first even the A3 pawn is hanging, and then later on Knight H5 can run away and go back to G3. So actually at this point I'm not sure how long the game will last of Dingley Ren. It seems like he's going to have the victory today.
Bad news for Fabiano, who started not so well yesterday. He bounced back with a win in the classical game against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, and today he's struggling again. So it's a roller coaster event for the world champion challenger so far, but of course we are just at the beginning of the event, 3 rounds in. Wesley So with the white piece against Yu Yangyi.
We have Wesley So against Yu Yangyi in this position, and they are getting short on time, not so much, but from move 41 they get only 10 seconds. And it's an interesting endgame, which I have to think who is better. For the moment, Black has an extra pawn, but all kind of double pawns in the position. It's White to move, and for now, if let's say Rook takes on H7, I believe that Black's plan is to take on C2, as after King C2, Bishop F5 would be checking the Rook. And after White goes King D2, Bishop H7, Bishop H5, and this shouldn't be too dangerous for Black, because all these pawns A2, B3, C4 is on the same square as the Black bishop. So later on, Black can always threat to go to B1 and attack the pawn on A2. So at this point, if let's say White would be going Bishop H5, then Bishop F5 would be the counter-attack against the C2 pawn. So it's not so easy for White to make the best move at this point.
From what I see earlier, the evaluation bar was showing quite some advantage for Wesley, but it now has dropped. Still says some advantage, but not as much as before. I'm not sure at what point Wesley could have continued more precisely, but it seems that a detail may have escaped him, something in his calculation, or he did not make the best continuation at some point, if it's true that he had a bigger advantage earlier.
So we have only 2 games running at this point, and we had only one Armageddon today, right?
Yes,
so far.
Today.
And there is a good chance, well, in Fabiano's game, I don't see how Black can save this game. It seems that after E3, actually Fabiano has only 3 minutes, and White has 15 still, and the piece up, and he's going to be escaping with his knight from G7 all the way through H5 to G3, and the A3 pawn will be, it is blocked already by the queen, and if it's necessary, White will be going Bishop C4, the double protection over the A3 pawn, and there is not much Black will be able to do at this point.
What I see in the meantime is a very happy Magnus Carlsen already in the studio of TV2, and we hope that he will join us after his interview for the Norwegian television. But he definitely was smiling from ear to ear after the victory.
Well, of course, he had so far the most difficult moments yesterday against Levon Aronyan.
Yeah.
But as we saw the game of Aronyan, he took his chances today. He bounced back, and so it will be still not an easy road for Magnus Carlsen to collect his next victory, let's say, in this tournament. But he's on the best road towards to that. So of course he must be extremely happy with today's game because it was a very clear game. He was playing it in a quite good game, while Grischuk was not giving the best fight he could have. We have a move between Wesley and Yuandi. Bishop h5 was played, so probably after Bishop f5, White will be coming back. Maybe Bishop f3. This would be the plan of White, and after Rook takes c2, White would be going Rook b7 check, King goes to c8, and now probably White's plan is to go King a1, and Black cannot defend his pawn on b6. So actually this looks pretty dangerous for Black, as after Rook c1, White would be going King b2, and if Rook c2 or Rook b1, White is just going to a3. While I'm realizing that Black can go Rook d2 with the idea of Bishop b1, but Rook b6, Bishop b1, and then White can sneak out from a4 and b5. This would be one of the idea, and this would be extremely difficult for Black. Actually, this would be losing for Black at this point. So after Bishop h5, still Black is having a hard time because of this pawn structure. After Bishop f3, it will be very difficult for Black.
Wesley has 5 minutes left, and he decided that he definitely needed to leave the playing hall. That's usually for either a refreshment snack or a bathroom break. But as Levon Aronyan said at the press conference, with this time control, you really need to be sure that you choose the right moment to sneak out to the toilet.
Yeah, and this might be the last moment when he will have the time for such a breaks, to be honest, because he has only 5 minutes left. And if
he's back already, he's very quick.
Thinking, then it might be going on and on and on, but they get only 10 seconds starting from move 41, and they started to play faster now. Bishop f5, Bishop f3 is on the board, so Yu Yanji has to make a decision whether to taking with the Rook or the Bishop. Probably Bishop takes. Maybe it's better. Because after King c1, let's say Black goes Rook f2, Rook b7, King c8, and if Rook b6, somehow Black is really losing his pawns, to be honest. It's not very promising, but let's say Bishop d3. But it seems that all the pawns are falling off. I mean, maybe Rook c2, King d1, Rook a2, Rook c6, King goes out, and Black is trying to get a pawn back on b3. But still, it's definitely Black who is fighting for a draw. So this we can say very clearly at this stage.
I wonder if everything is okay with Wesley in terms of his health. Is he hungry? Is he thirsty? He keeps running away from the board and then jumping back.
I think Rook d7 actually maybe is the only move here. Maybe that's the best try to defend. And after Rook g8 to go King c7. Well, anyway, it's very difficult because then Rook f8 and the f6 pawn might be falling off. Because if Rook d6, Rook f7. So there are too many weaknesses in Black's position, b7, f6, h7, while White is beautifully protecting its bishop, very big stability. And the only weakness is the c2 pawn, which is so far in his position.
Judith, can you explain why a player would want to stand up all the time when he has only 5 minutes left? Do you have experience with this, that he
Because-
needs to stand up, it feels like?
No, because he feels like he's nervous, and also if he stands up and just sits out to the chair of the audience, he's controlling exactly. If
Yeah.
the opponent plays, he just goes back. So there are quite a few players who like to walk up and down, and he knows exactly that he'll not have too much opportunities for such breaks or relief.
But it's a
to
sign of
leave.
nervousness that he feels the need. I think he has stood up 3 times in the last 2 minutes.
I'm pretty sure that he's calculating lines in the meantime, whether he's at the board or he's outside of his chair. And yeah, I mean, chess players are nervous. They can hide it sometimes, sometimes they can't. But I'm sure he's excited in this position because he's not sure whether is he going to win the game or black will be able to save it.
I'm curious how the game will continue. 6 minutes left for Yu Yangi, 5 minutes for Wesley So. And this is move 35 for white. They still need to play 6 more moves if we look at Yu Yangi's perspective to start receiving an additional 10-second increment
Rook
from move
d7
41.
is played, rook g8, what we just discussed. And if I say king a7 was played here, I'm curious after rook f8 what's the plan of black. Maybe somehow he wants to exchange bishops. After rook f8, maybe just playing rook e7, rook f6, bishop e4. This might be, for example, kind of a plan to try to make a draw, because these 3 pawns may be enough against these 4 pawns to make a draw, but I'm really curious after rook f8 what will be.
And we are going to be joined by the world champion Magnus Carlsen, who has won his game against Alexander Grishuk. Welcome to the studio, Magnus. We're going to give you a microphone.
I think it's this one. Oops. Congratulations.
I think before we start talking
Can you
about
come
your
a little
game, you want
closer?
to discuss this game
Yeah,
between
just,
Wesley and Yu
I
Yangi.
hadn't seen it for a long
Sorry.
time, and then
Sorry, just little that we see you also.
Now we are in the frame.
Thank you.
Great.
There. Okay. This is running now.
When was the last time you saw the game?
yeah, no, I saw like here, and I thought bishop g4 was going to be a draw, but maybe it's not, huh? Because of this.
Maybe that was bounded. Wow.
Yeah, maybe
But
that's.
did you see this position? I was wondering. This position.
So
after
this
rook
was all
d8.
of Wesley's
Why can't-
prep. Yeah,
why
why?
can't c5?
Yeah, that's why he was thinking
Yeah?
for so long. So
It seemed like it's a pawn up, no? f6,
takes.
f4.
Well, takes and queen b4 maybe.
Yeah, that
Takes,
I was not
takes.
aware. Yeah, that's the only.
It looks very ugly,
So-
but maybe it's okay.
Okay. So how was your game?
It was okay.
Very surprised after bishop f3.
Yeah, I was surprised that he played bishop f3 because you never know with him because he spends so much time, but maybe he's still in prep sometimes
Yeah.
because he's bluffing and. But it did look very strange. So I mean, clearly the point is that he wants to play c4 without allowing knight d4. But I feel like it's very risky strategically speaking.
You seem to be very happy at this point.
Yeah, I was happy. Like, also instead of bishop e2, I was thinking whether I should go
Already immediately.
h4 first. Yeah, but I thought okay,
Yeah, it was so obvious to play
Yeah.
bishop e2 and f4.
bishop e2 and f4. So I mean, clearly he misplaced his pieces because in the end his pieces are all on the queen side and my attack is just too strong. So I'm sure he could have played a better way, but it's.
Did you have any moment in the game that you had the feeling that you're not going to win this?
Not particularly. I mean, I was not so sure about all these complications, but maybe I missed something. But it felt always like
It goes very smoothly.
Yeah, the attack was going to break through.
And also the time advantage that you collected from
Yeah,
an early stage.
yeah, it was huge. Like, but it's typical. Like he thinks for so long, but I think there's just no simple solution.
Was there anything against e5 instead of h4, or you just thought that h4 is just the most unpleasant move?
No, I was not so sure if I should even allow him to sack like knight d5, and probably it should be winning. But
So h4 you just preferred?
no, I mean it just looks so nice. Yeah. Like I mean, e6 I'm just ignoring. I go h5, and I did not want to calculate it. Maybe you can go like rook b8 and threaten knight to d5, and if I have
even
to,
bishop b6 is okay, no?
but
yeah, why to
now,
give it up?
now I have to. Now I cannot win by attack anymore, and I really wanted to win with attack. Yeah.
Win was not enough, but in style.
Yeah, no, but still this looks nice, but I think he has defensive chances here. While, I mean, after the game, he said he thought black was just lost after h4, which I think is an exaggeration, but certainly it's very unpleasant, practically speaking.
Well, today's game seemed really smooth. Yesterday you had a rough time. Can you tell us more about yesterday's game? We didn't have a chance to talk to you.
Yeah, it was very strange. It felt to me like it was about one moment in the opening when I thought I was doing well. I had this bishop g4, knight h5. I thought knight is coming to f4, and it's not so easy for him to do anything. And then he went queen b1, and I realized I cannot prevent b4, and I'm just more or less busted strategically, which was quite shocking to me. And I tried for so long to find a reasonable solution, but I couldn't find one. And I ended up in a completely lost position, but then, I don't know, I tried to fight, and once we got to the rook ending, he got down on time, and he clearly didn't. He wanted to win without calculating, and so at some point he had to calculate, and he couldn't do it.
Did you see any clear win for him, or you just saw that he was winning, but there was no one move that he had to play?
I was not so interested in finding wins for him.
Just kept going.
I just, I mean, it's clear that I cannot force a draw. So, and it's clear that the position is lost. So I try to fight and make it difficult for him. And if there are surely wins for him, but I shouldn't spend any time looking for them. I didn't have much time.
Did you so by chance rook d5?
No, I did not see that. I mean,
I thought you figured out afterwards on his time.
No, not really. I just rook b6. I thought it looks like it should lose to some tactics, but then I didn't see it, and I thought I will do it. But yeah, it was a bit embarrassing if it would have happened. But then again, my position was completely lost. So.
And in the Armageddon game, were you very optimistic that you will score? You said in the press conference that you would prefer probably the black pieces in a Armageddon game.
Yeah, I thought I got a really nice position in the sense that it was not necessarily great, but in the sense that I could play with some flow and I could play for attack. So I don't suffer for a draw either. Either I'm fine or I lose, and at least I can play quickly. And clearly, for him, it was not so easy psychologically. But it has to be said that he bounced back very nicely today. So
yeah,
he's apparently not too broken.
One more question I would like to ask: what do you think about the format so far? About the event, the classical game? Is it a real classical? You feel? And what about the Armageddon?
It's obviously not like classical, since there is this shortened time control. But I think it's enough time to play interesting games, and so far I like the tournament very much. There's been plenty of fight in the classical games, and having the Armageddon just gives it an extra dimension. Like it's just extra excitement every day, and I'm sure there are people who like it, people who don't like it, but I think it's been very exciting so far, and I look forward to the future.
But don't you have much more tension than in just playing the classical games?
Yes, but I get to play a game for a living, so I should be able to handle it. Yeah.
Thank you for joining us, Magnus. Congratulations for today, and good luck for tomorrow's cooking competition. That must be very important in your life, I guess.
Yeah, it's one of the most difficult challenges I've been posed so far.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good luck.
It's been the world champion who is the sole leader of the tournament. Unless Yu Yang-yi can win his game today against Vesti, so he has to win the classical game in order to have the same number of points as Magnus Carlsen, which seems to be unlikely from this Ruken game.
Well, in this Ruken game, definitely it's Black who is fighting for a draw. And it is a big question how much the time will influence this game, this time control, because both players are, one is, White is under 2 minutes, and shortly Yu Yang-yi can also end up under 2 minutes. If the two pawns would be exchanged, then I believe that it should be a draw. King is just simply going to be staying on a7 and a6, and it is practically impossible with this pawn structure to break 4 pawn against 3. So generally speaking, White wants to go, I guess, king d1, king e1, giving up the c2, and then try to push the f pawn and bring his rook.
Before we go into much detail in this Ruken game, I think we should switch to the Dingler and Fabiano Caruana game that's heating up also in terms of the time situation. Fabiano down to 30 seconds and there's still a piece up for White, but is this still such a big advantage? Let's have a look.
Well, the pawn structure change have been made, and actually it is maybe not so easy for White to convert his advantage, the piece advantage, and there are different aspects to it. First of all, Black has 2 pawns now for the piece. Secondly, what can be also important, if Black can somehow exchange the pawns and exchange the knight for the bishop on b1, it's on the wrong diagonal, so it is not so easy for White to win the game, though. Now knight g6 is a threat, knight g2 is a threat as well. So probably if king goes to f6, White wants to go knight g2, winning the pawn on h4. After king g5, it's a question how White wants to win, but probably knight e1 can be an interesting idea. So if, let's say, Black would be just making a passive move like that, then knight d4 would be winning one of the pawns. So this is something Black has to take care of. But he just played king f7, bishop a2, bishop e7. Fabiano is 20 seconds on the clock, and it's not going to be much more because he gets only 10 seconds after each move. But White still has to think how to grab either of the pawn. h4 is protected, so that is not going to be possible to take, but he's running with his king to g3 and then b3, and he wants to grab the pawn on a3, while Black will try to get his bishop to e1, maybe try to get some counterplay. But for the moment it seems very difficult. Bishop e5, trying to exchange possibly the knight, but I'm not sure it would save the game. But probably White will come to g2, let's say, and then continue his journey of the king to c2 and going to b3. But of course, White has to be precise. On the other hand, now if d4, probably knight f4 and the e6 pawn will be falling off. So probably something, yes, it's not easy. It's not easy. Black can be holding on with both pawns from e7. With the bishop, protecting both pawns, h4 and a3.
And he will try not to touch the pawn structure, that is, not push d4 so that the e6 pawn doesn't become vulnerable.
Well, let's see, knight e1 was played. Probably White wants to go attacking the a3 pawn from c2 at this point.
The bishop dropped back to e7. 19 seconds left for Fabiano Caruana. He gets 10 seconds extra at every move, but that's not much. 2.5 minutes for Dingliren.
And the players already playing for 4 hours.
Yes, that counts. That counts because they are tired. They may be hungry. They may need to go to the bathroom. There are so many aspects to this game that are not on the board.
Well, king c2 or knight c2, I think, or king c3. Black will try somehow either come with the king, but definitely will want to try to eliminate at least one pawn off the board. So for the moment, he is
I'll just keep an eye on the rook endgame in the
trying
meantime.
to save both of his pawns on h4 and on a3. But let's see what has happened. King c2, king f6 was played, knight f3 back. Black will have to, and f4. It is a good try, I must say. Definitely.
So after
If
he takes f4, king
f5
f5.
and gains exchange back. So this was a
Knight
nice
takes h4.
try. Yeah. F takes e3 takes, bishop c5 probably, I would expect.
Because
And
the
it
less pawns, the better
happens,
for
takes,
black.
Takes. And well, the problem is for black that king will be going back to d3 after, for example, no, king e5, knight g6, knight g6. So probably bishop c5 will be the move. But Fabiano goes under 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, and makes the
6.
move king e5. And it's interesting, but I believe that after knight...
If he's down to 11 seconds, it means that he made his move with 1 second on the clock.
Now bishop b1 maybe? No, knight d4 was played. King e5. Now things are happening very fast, but Ding Liren will have to make a decision how is he progressing in this position. Actually, I think knight g6 was simply winning, I believe. No, actually it was king g5. Sorry, it was king g5, not king e5. But of course, all players are real great fighters, so they never give up. And Fabiano will fight until the very end. He can in this game as well. While in the other game, I'm just checking that there is huge danger that black will be, Yu Yanji might be just simply losing the game because there is a pass pawn.
A pawn up rook endgame, and also Yu Yangi is under serious time pressure.
Yeah, the pass pawn will be probably win for white, for Wesley so. But for the moment we're following the Ding Liren game. Ding also is 1 minute and 20 seconds, which is not helping him. And suddenly e5, great counter chances for black now. Definitely, because he's trying e4. And then later on he will try to play d4. And if he's exchanging those pawns, then it will be very difficult because it's the wrong corner. It's still winning because with the knight bishop, it will be still winning, but it's 10 seconds after every move. So it can be nerve-wracking until the game will finish.
I think the game between Wesley So and Yu Yangi should be finishing soon because White's pawn is already on f7, so we may want to show that position. How it's a pawn up for black, but the f7 pawn is about to promote.
Of course, there also things are not so simple because b5 still fighting very hard, and after rook g8, black wants to go rook a1, but it's not going to be enough to save the game. And this is what's happening, rook g8, black played rook a1. White will queen f8, and his king will be very near to the black's pawns.
And so it happened?
This will be, it's only 30 seconds. 30 seconds for Wesley. Rook f1, king e5, rook takes the queen, Not yet. He's still hesitating whether should I resign the game or play on, but there is no chance for him.
The White King is way too close for any chance.
Yes.
Therefore, Yu Yang Yi resigns. Wesley so gets 2 points for this victory.
Good performance by Wesley.
And we need to head back to the Dingley and Fabiano Caruana game, the last game of the day.
I think for Black there are great potential chances to save the game. Of course, it will be definitely not easy at all, but still there are some practical chances. Bishop c5 is the move which I'm expecting here, so that d4 can be played as soon as possible. And bishop c5 is on the board, and h4 for now.
23 seconds left for Fabiano, 1 minute 13 seconds for Dingley, and both are in serious time pressure. It's only a 10-second increment. We keep reminding
what about
our
d4,
viewers
right?
about that. d4 is on the board, capture.
Yeah,
bishop
that was
takes.
the only chance, and knight a3. But I have the doubt that there is a good chance that this might end in a draw. h5, king g5, bishop f7. It will be very difficult, I believe, to win. Black simply plays e3 and keeps the bishop protecting the pawn. I'm not sure the game is winning.
Yeah, what Judith is saying is that White cannot go with the knight to capture the e3 pawn, because that position with the bishop and the pawn up would still be a draw, because the color of the corner, the h8 corner, is a dark square, and we have a light squared bishop, which means that with the rook pawn you cannot win that if the black king makes it to the corner. Wow, this would be what an escape! What an escape if this happens, that Fabiano survives with a piece down.
Unbelievable story if he saves the game. Though it's still
tricky.
It's very tricky. It is very tricky, and Black really have to be paying attention now, because if it's White to move, then simply knight f7, h6, h7, h8 cannot be stopped. So now Black has to go, actually giving up. Actually, he has to give up the pawn. That was no need for that. This is the problem.
Then it is trouble. Wait, what has just happened?
Well, because h6 then takes. And we are going to be... No, now it's game over. Game over, but probably Dingliren has to show his technique in... No.
Fabiano resigns. We can show why it is game over and how he managed to get
The problem
this
is
position.
for Black that simply he cannot stop. Nothing can be done about h6, but I'm not sure if in this position after bishop f7, Black is just simply playing e3. Knight comes somewhere and he keeps his king on h6.
This is what you said as a defense, and this is where we said knight takes e3, bishop takes e3, king takes e3. That position is a theoretical draw.
I'm not sure at all it's winning for White.
Yeah, if White cannot take the pawn, then how do you make a progress with the king being tied down to the protection of the e2 or e1 squares?
Well, maybe I'm
The
just,
knight will have to block the pawn, and then you can activate the king.
No, but White cannot get rid of the pawn. So
Yeah, that's the problem. We will need to ask Ding Liren when he joins us. We expect him in the studio shortly.
No, probably it should be also win because of mating problems. No, it should be also win, of course, because simply h6 and it's a mating problem. That knight h6 and knight f7.
It would have been too beautiful if it can be a fortress.
Yeah. Well, it was a very strong performance by Ding Liren.
We are being joined by Ding Liren, who has just won his... Oh, we're gonna go for a technical break to get a microphone for Mr. Ding. final game of the day has been won by Grandmaster Ding Liren, who joins us. Congratulations, Ding. It was quite a fight against Fabiano Caruana. Can you take us through the key moments of the game?
Yeah, I didn't understand his choice in the opening. So today I feel uncomfortable, and my voice.
Sure, no worries. You got a cold.
Yeah, here I would expect e5 and knight c6.
This is what we were discussing. That
Yes,
this is
and
the
bishop
critical.
e6 and queen a4, knight d7. I will look at this kind of position, but I think black should be fine, like this, and because his knight very strong, and I think this is a mistake.
You were happy after c takes b3 with your position?
Yeah. Here I thought he will play knight d7, rook c1, bishop c5, knight c3.
No, 96 doesn't work?
Knight
Probably
c6.
Judith, you're on
Probably not,
fire.
yeah.
No, probably it's not enough. King d8, no?
Yeah, knight c3, if bishop d4, knight d5.
Nice.
But maybe he can play queen b6, knight a4, take, and bishop b7, knight a5, rook b8.
And just holding on.
Maybe white decided better, but I don't know how to continue. And this is a very, very bad move. I think even if I didn't have queen c3, then I was also better.
Yes, it seemed very big suffering from black side.
Yes, but after this, the position just winning for white. I think should be positional winning.
Yeah,
But
it was
here-
very difficult for black.
Yeah, maybe this is a mistake. I should have played slowly, like rook c2, and then knight c5, maybe knight d3.
So you were not happy with the fact that you gave away your a2 pawn?
Yeah, I thought I might have strong attack here, but it turned out to be hard to generate the attack. Yeah, so maybe I should play just slowly and knight c5, knight d3.
Yeah, I also felt that it was a desperation from black side to take the a2, like there is nothing better. At least
Yeah.
have a pawn up, right?
But after this, I don't know how to play. I don't want to. If I want to get back the pawn, maybe I should play knight d3, knight e5. But I want to play actively, just develop the rook. But it turned out to be not so easy.
It was not so easy, because it
rook
was
b7,
very
queen d6. Yeah, d6 is very strong.
big
square
fortress for black, it
black
seems.
for the queen. Yeah. So I play queen f3. Maybe he should play queen d6. I mean, and hit king.
Yeah, it seems that you would prefer to have your pawn on a2.
Of course.
Better to
Although
have it
I
with
have
it.
many tempo up, but I lost this important pawn. And king g7 here. First I considering queen g2, then bishop h7. But it doesn't work because queen e5, rook e7, f5.
Oh.
Rook h7,
Wow,
fe.
fe4.
Yeah.
Nice.
First,
Wow.
my
There's no
intention
queen h5.
was to play king g2 when I play queen f3, but then I realized maybe he had this idea in mind. f5 turns out to be losing for white.
Wow.
Yeah, so I play bishop d3, if a5, knight e4, queen d8, rook d2. This is very strong. If rook b8, knight f6, bishop h6,
Thanks.
rook d8. queen f6.
Nice lines,
Yeah,
a
but
lot of calculations.
yeah, but bishop d8, and I missed. He can just stay on d4 and e5. I thought he would check here, but I can't. So here I'm very lucky. I have queen f4. This is a very, very good move.
And rook d8.
Yeah, first I worry about f5, but then rook c4 important.
Queen a1, rook c1,
Rook b1
rook b1.
and knight c5. Yeah, if queen d5, maybe knight c3, queen a5 is only move, and now I should be much better. Yeah.
It's funny how the queen only had that one square.
Yeah, here I can choose between this and rook b8. I thought rook b8 winning immediately, But yes, I saw this, but
But it seemed like after knight
yeah,
d6
this is
it
all-
was.
sorry.
The how the game went, it seemed like you.
It looked like you are winning.
I'm winning.
No.
Oh, we haven't checked it with the engine, but it looks like you are winning. Is it
I don't
what
know.
you
I
had
thought if queen
as an
d-
impression?
7, rook a5, winning.
Ah.
And king a8, king f8. I thought this is just winning. If we
Yeah.
take rook c6.
But why? Do you
Yeah.
think it was not?
If we take this
Knight
knight
f6.
f6, yes. But okay, here a4 is very strong.
Ah,
Yeah,
he
A4
surprised
yes.
you with
Yes.
a4.
If bishop b6, e3, and a4, g4. Here I have very strong attack. Here, knight h5, just one tempo up. But after a4, I was very happy to find g4. If I play queen b7, queen a8, take, and a3.
Yeah.
And yeah, like this, queen,
c3.
yeah, queen c3. This,
What's the king g2? Queen b3.
yeah, queen b3. I play queen 4, he had queen c1 first, and a2. Now I was worse. Yeah, I cannot put the queen on a1
Yeah.
because he had queen c1 first. I'm very lucky to have g4. Otherwise, maybe it should be draw. Yeah, g4. Yeah, he's hard to defend.
Yeah,
but this is a
it's,
good move, very good move. Queen g5, I think. If I take bishop c5, and because he takes, then it's just perpetual check. If I play like
Queen
this,
c1.
queen c1 just rook bishop d6, taken bishop d6, then my knight is trapped, and here king f8. My knight.
Yeah, you have to be careful with your knight.
Yeah. So in the end, I decided to just give up the pawn. Oh, I also I can try something like this, but okay, after c5 and h5, and if I attack his bishop, he can take the pawn.
Yes.
Yeah.
So you considered a4 a very good
Yeah.
practical
If
chance for
h3,
him
then
to
a2. Yeah.
You
But
thought that
maybe
A4
a4 is the only move.
good
only
practical
move.
chance
Yeah.
to try to survive.
Yeah. And here things become unclear. I think this is a losing move. I think after the queen exchange, black had no chance. Maybe he should play queen h4. I don't know how to play instead of repeat here. If I play knight g4,
But
maybe
you
I
could
should-
go, no? King e2. Or knight, knight e4.
maybe.
Queen b7, queen c6.
Okay, this is dangerous. I should
Check.
worried about something like. Yeah,
Well,
maybe I
still
should go
king.
back then. I don't know how to play. Maybe f4 here. And bishop b1,
But then e3 is hanging.
knight h5, and king f3.
Wow.
I don't know. Maybe this
I'm
not
sure,
enough
no?
to win. Yeah,
No,
because.
I don't
okay.
think you should give up your e3
Yeah,
pawn.
but I don't know how to play if we repeat the move here. I should find the move in this position. Like this.
Anyway, queen h4. But then queen c4.
Yes, now queen c4.
So king f3 you had.
Maybe. If queen f6,
Yeah.
queen e2, then
Yeah.
bishop c4.
Yeah.
And after queen d5, you think it was already losing for black, the endgame.
Yes, I think it's losing.
Was it bothering you during the game that you seem to have a cold?
Yeah, a little.
Well, then we hope that you will recover during the rest day. And also, you're the defending champion at the cooking competition.
Yeah.
You participated in it after having an accident. You fell off of your bike last year. We hope you are not planning a bike tour tomorrow.
Yeah, this time I'm very careful, but in the end I also got a cold. I just want to get healthy as soon as possible. Yeah.
We wish you the very best with the recovery and good luck for the remaining games. You are shared second place after having won an Armageddon, having lost another one, and today the Classical. So congratulations.
Have a good rest.
It's not easy when the players are struggling with a cold or a flu.
Yeah.
And it's still
But,
better than a fractured hip, I was going to say.
And the win always helps, you know.
True. That's better than any medicine. More effective for sure. This has been a very exciting round where we saw 4 decisive results in classical games. That leads to Magnus Carlsen being the sole leader with 5 points after his win over Alexander Grishuk. And on the second place, we have 3 players, Dingliran, Levon Aronyan, who bounced back from yesterday's defeat, and also Wesley So with his win over Yu Young-yi joins the 2 already mentioned players. He was the only one who couldn't come to see us in the studio because it was rush hour. Mr. Dingliran and Wesley wanted to join us at the same time, but unfortunately, we only have 1 seat available and we can only look at 1 game at the same time. Judith, how did you see today's round and which moments would you highlight?
There were a lot of excitement, I believe, and it's the first day that we have 4 decisive games in the classical game. I think the most difficult task is for Grishuk, how to recover out of these first 3 days of a very negative, very bad start with different ways of losses. And I think it was nice to see Levon Aronyan, how he came back after his very bad performance against and great chances against Magnus. Magnus had a very good day. It seemed like it was very smooth. It was kind of seemingly too easy looking at it from outside. Yeah. And Wesley So's game, it was kind of I wouldn't say it's boring, but somehow it developed the way that it was a little bit better, and then somehow he could manage to win. And of course, Vishy's game, it was not too interesting. There were some tactical lines and interesting things, but it was more about the sportive scoring point for Anand, and he was extremely stable today in both games. And for Maxim, it's also a very difficult situation at this point.
It is. That was the only game that went into the Armageddon stage between Maxim Vachier-Lagrave and Vishy Anand, and with that, Vachier got half a point and Vishy 1.5 points. Our standings, if we can just bring up one more time, our cross table. We have checked who are the leaders, but at the bottom of the standings, we do have the winner of the Blitz tournament, Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, as well as Alexander Grishuk, who still may be bleeding from that first day defeat in the Armageddon against Levon Aronyan. He named it as his top 3 most painful defeats in his entire life, which says a lot about how much it meant to him that he couldn't win that game. Up on the clock, better position, and he got flagged. Vishy Anand is on 2 points, if I see it correctly. Did I add up the numbers correctly?
I think something is wrong, on our screen.
We may
because
be missing some of the results from the screen.
Yeah, it's 2 points for Anand.
Yeah, we're gonna update all the results, but what is sure is that Magnus Carlsen is the sole leader, and he's followed by Dingliran, Levon Aronyan, and Wesley. So tomorrow is a free day. There will be no games over the chessboard, but the players will compete in the kitchen. Tomorrow is the chess chefs competition, and we shall see if Vishy Anand and Dingliran can defend their title.
Well, and we understood from Levon Aronyan, the importance is we have to have competition in everything.
in the kitchen, or if it's about the confessions.
Exactly.
It could be a good incentive. We shall tell the organizers about that. Thank you so much for joining us. Make sure to use the hashtag Altibox or hashtag Norway Chess to let us know about your opinion on today's games, the tournament, and this revolutionary system in general. We'll be back in 2 days, the day after tomorrow, when it's going to be the youngest participant's birthday. Round 4 is Yu Yang's birthday at the same time. I wonder if we can bring him a cake at the board or after the game.
I think don't disturb anybody before the game.
I know, it would be a bad idea. I did have some of my birthdays during tournaments, and Judith, you were one of the key members of the Olympic team to get me a cake, candles, and also a lighter.
But it was after the game.
It was after the game, but thank you very much. In hindsight, that was a couple of years ago, and
You're welcome.
I got a birthday cake thanks to Judith and the Olympic team. See you guys the day after tomorrow, and make sure to use the hashtags that we mentioned.
Bye.
Hvis dere kan bli forelsket i New York, så faller dere også for HTH sin nyhet New York. Med de svarte metallrammene og det industrielle utseendet. Da er det bra at vi har ham her. Han hjelper dere. Og hvis dere ikke vil montere det selv, så har vi også ham her. Og før dere vet ordet av det, har dere et nytt kjøkken. I kult design og med smarte detaljer. Smart, ikke sant? Det er kjøkkenkjærlighet som holder.
Da er vi klar.
5 sekunder.
E4.
B6.
D4.
D5.
Springer C3. Springer slår E4. Dronning D8 sjakk. Løper G5 sjakk.
Konge C7.
Løper D8 matt.
Over og ut.
Altibox Norway Chess is the strongest chess tournament in history. Annually, the 10 best players in the world gather in Stavanger to participate in Altibox Norway Chess. Chess is one of the most participated sports in the world, with 10 million live streams counted in the previous World Championship. But how can chess be taken to new heights? By introducing new technology, Norway Chess is reaching new audiences and making chess commercial. With the use of cutting-edge, real-time virtual studio technology, Norway Chess will revolutionize the broadcast of chess. It all happens inside the Norway Chess Tower, where every segment of the event takes place in multiple rooms. Each room tailored to fit every aspect of the broadcast event, and also themed with sponsors' branding. This is a unique opportunity for companies to showcase products in an efficient and creative way through branded rooms in the Norway Chess Tower. This journey will open new international doors and opportunities to reach a wider audience. By being a part of this revolution with Norway Chess, you will be associated with innovation and technology. Aired live on multiple platforms worldwide, making sure your brand is part of this journey.